Hello. How's everybody doing? I hope everybody's doing famously. I have to forgive the creaking of the chair, but it's just what it is, I suppose. See if I can... Yeah. Hey, Fighting Max, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. We are in a... I guess today's especially unique or nice this year, as we are hitting the first day in autumn that actually feels like autumn, where the temperatures are not super high and it's overcast and it's finally feels like autumn. And yet here we are almost into November, which is a bit of a shame. We've had summer weather all the way through. Really quickly, as I generally like to try and start these off, I highly recommend. I'm enjoying playing this, and we're more than halfway done with it at this point. And hopefully you guys are also enjoying it. But in the event that this isn't quite your speed, this particular game isn't quite your speed, I heavily recommend several channels that are down listed in my description. Those channels are going to include my lovely wife, the Siren Ivy, who's live on Twitch with generally variety streams, and in October has been more focused on spooky games and face paints and things like that, which I think are adorable and very fun. Then, of course, you also have Ash for when his channel begins, from at Ash Plays, I believe it is now. You have Omega Ace, who's been playing the Resident Evil and has played Gex for his first time. You get to see that, but he's playing a Resident Evil game. I believe it's the first one. Thumbros, who does speedrunning, retro-style content. Let's Learn, which is kind of teaching people how they might get involved in speedrunning and start speedrunning effectively. Fighting Max, of course, who is here right now. Who, when he has been able to stream, has done variety streams and streams of games that I quite like and have, I kind of recommend picking up, I kind of recommend watching his to find out what your next game pickup ought to look like, because I feel like that he's gotten a lot of the games that I had never heard of, saw him play, and then thought, man, this is, I gotta have this, and so I've picked up Omori and so on and so forth, so very, very cool. And then, of course, we have Viddy and Viddy's plays and Viddy's gaming videos, where he has both candid Let's Play content and more scripted, more put together review-style content. So, very nice. Doing good. Just went to a flea market. Ooh, very nice. Did you pick up anything? I love flea markets and I love pawn shops. Did you pick up anything, anything of note? I know for me, I was saying this last time, I went to a pawn shop in the city. It's not near me, but the nearest city to me, which is still about an hour away. And I picked up a PlayStation 5 for $100 or something, 100 and tax. Anyway, they didn't think it was going to work. It was just, and so I took the thing apart, was able to repair it, clean it out, and it works beautifully. And I now have a PlayStation 5 in the retro room that I paid a little, $100 and some change for, basically. So I'm not very unhappy. I love pawn shops and flea markets for that reason. So I didn't pick up anything, but it was nice to just walk around and see it all. Sure, yeah, taking it in. I do the same thing with farmers markets. I may not pick up something that particular day, but just seeing what everybody's kind of brought to the table was really nice. My family has been on a streak of flea markets recently and have gotten many video games from it. Yeah, flea markets are a great place for video games. They can be. It's kind of back and forth for me. I find pawn shops are better for video games than flea markets, because usually when you have a flea market person selling video games, they kind of know what they have already. And so their markup is going to kind of mirror what you might see in other stores who also are game specific. But if there's someone that's basically just holding an estate sale remotely, they're just trying to get stuff out of the house, that's when it's the best. Pawn shops usually, I will say no pawn shop that I have ever gone to really knows what gaming consoles and paraphernalia they have. they kind of keep an eye on the console part of it, but it seems like for me, I'm always able to pick up I think I picked up a lot, Forspoken, which is a notoriously not so good game for the PlayStation 5. It still sells for like $20. I think I got it for $8. I think I got it for $8. No, $6. $6 is what I got. $6 and change. Pawn shops. It's not a big deal for them. You know, they get these big bundles and they're like, we'll just sell it separate. So it's like, So really, really cool. What games have you picked up? I'm curious. Has it been retro games mostly, or have you found stacks of more recent games or any game consoles? Because you'd said had gotten many video games from it. I'm curious as to what some of your best pickups you think might be, the ones you think you feel like you've gotten the best deal on. That's my thing. I always think it's really, I don't know, it's really fun. I don't mind paying. Go off on a little side note for just a second. I don't mind paying the prices that other people want. You know, for example, if somebody brought me a copy of Mario Super Mario World, I went $20-$25. That's a fair price. That's fine. That game is $20-$25 fun, worth of fun. But when you bring me a copy of Chrono Trigger and you tell me this game's $180, no, it wasn't a rare game. It's not a rare game. Why is it $180? Earthbound. I have a shop. This is and again, these people are great, but there's a local shop in the city that's nearest. I'm putting that in quotations, nearest me, and they're selling a complete in box Earthbound. It's $1,300. Why? They have a copy of, I think, Pokemon Box, which for anybody, again, I'm not a big fan of Pokemon, but for anybody who does know Pokemon, who does know video games, I guess, Pokemon Box was not a video game. It was just a storage that you could use to hold Pokemon from other games on the GameCube. They're selling it for $1,100, and it's not in great shape. But they're not being unfair. Those are the prices that are kind of going out there and you can kind of find in the ether. So I'm like, oh my, why is game collecting so expensive when these games aren't and weren't rare? And as much as I love Chrono Trigger and as much as I love Earthbound, and I do have I'm looking at my copies right now. I'm looking at them. I have copies of Earthbound. I have a copy of Earthbound. I have a copy of Chrono Trigger. The Legend of Zelda was just as good of a game. And it's nowhere near as expensive. What the heck did this? Final Fantasy III. We've gotten a couple of Lego games. Indiana Jones, Star Wars, Jurassic Park, although this one unfortunately doesn't work, as well as Super Mario Galaxy 2, the Galaxy game I've somehow never owned. Oh, congratulations on that, too. We were talking about that last time. I think you're really going to have fun with it. I think you're going to enjoy it a lot. I hope you do. Also, Lego Batman. You can't go wrong with Lego Batman. Honestly, I think all three of those were really fun. I think all of them. Sorry, I was making an adjustment to a cable. I think all three of those were actually really fun. I have the first one, I think, on Xbox and on Wii, and then the second and the third one I have on Wii U. I'm looking down here. My Wii U collection's behind me, so I'm just taking a peek. I'm pretty sure it's Wii U. Yeah. I have a lot Lego games. I think Lego games are really fun. They just hit a very simple part of my mind where it's it's collectathon, but it's okay. You don't expect a ton else from it, and it's so much fun. They do it so well. Lego City, Lego Star Wars, The Force Awakens, Lego Marvel Superheroes, the Lego Movie video game, Lego Jurassic Park. Yeah, I have like these are just my Wii U ones. Lego Batman 2, Lego Batman 3. Yeah, so yeah, it looks like Wii U is what I have them on. By the way, underrated console. If you've never had a Wii U, if you find one, I think the average excuse me about that. Sorry about that. I think the average kind of going price for a Wii U is about $130. I highly recommend them. If you can get a Wii U, They are versatile consoles. They play Wii games, they play Wii U games, and I'm not gonna lie, I jailbreak them. They're very easy to jailbreak, so that I can play upscaled ROMs of games that I own that I don't want to ruin the cartridges on at this point. So like my Chrono Trigger is an old Chrono Trigger. It's in a little plastic protector. I can actually go onto my Wii U, use a Super Nintendo controller in the Wii Wand, so it feels just like the game does, and play an HD output version of Chrono Trigger with the exact same latency, which there is none really, as I would get if I played it on the cartridge version. And that's because they have a native Super Nintendo emulator in there, and so I highly recommend it if you're a retro game collector who is wanting to protect their games because it's going to cost an arm and a leg to replace them. I highly recommend getting a Wii U. A Wii can be done. You can do the same thing with the Wii. I think the Wii is just more fun because you can actually play the Wii U games on it also. But do the same thing with the Wii. Get a first generation Wii. You can still jailbreak it in the same way. You can't play Wii U games, but you can play GameCube and Wii games. So I mean, it's best consoles. I've been enjoying SMG2 so far. I'm not too far into it, but it's very comparable to the first game, which I've loved. I also, let me see here. We also got the Lego Movie video game. Oh, very cool. Yeah. Most of our Lego games are on the Wii, but now we have ones for the Wii U and one for the Xbox 360. Very nice. Very nice. Oh, so you have a Wii U. You have a Wii. Wii and Wii U. Very nice. I was surprised that I had enough Xbox controllers and battery packs to be able to have two people play at once. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm glad you did. Those Lego games are super fun. I mean, they're fun to play by themselves, especially when they got into Lego Star Wars, where I think they really the Skywalker saga. I think they did a really good job with that. But man, with the playing the one player thing. But I think every other game prior to that one, you need to play with at least one other person. I played a lot of them with my brother. I would have my brother over, and we would play them together. Hey, you want to come over and we'll do, and we played Lego Star Wars being obviously a favorite of ours. We're both big Star Wars fans. And so it's like, but we, Lego Marvel Superheroes was super fun. We did play that one together. And then I think what was the other one we played and passed together? Lego Marvel Superheroes, Lego Star Wars, and I can't think of the other one. I mean, we have Lego Harry Potter, and I don't know a thing about that, so. Hey, Ash. How are you doing? Hopefully you're doing well on this Sunday. For you, I guess it'd be Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening. For me, it is a Sunday afternoon, fairly early afternoon. Hope you're doing well. We're talking about flea markets and games that have been picked up or that were picked up recently from flea markets, which some awesome selections there. I think for me, there are a couple of games that we're looking at picking up. We're not really, just gung-ho on picking them up day one or anything like that. Obviously, I still don't have Silent Hill F and all that. I picked up, again, game pickups, recent pickups. I haven't played them yet. I will play them. I do play a lot of video games, and I'm very happy. I do pick up a lot of video games, but I also... Oh, one second. I'm going to... Sorry about that. We have... we do pick up a lot of video games, but we also play a lot of video games. With my wife being a stay-at-home wife and her having the options to kind of play a lot of these, and then of course myself and our daughter wanting to kind of experiment with different games and figure out which ones we have the most fun with. We could technically pick up too many games to play, but I don't think there are very many games that we have in the ridiculous vastness of our collection. I don't think there are very many games, if any. No, there are a couple, I guess, but there aren't very many games that we haven't played and just kind of, But I think on our most recent pickups, obviously we have, and again, they're not remarkably recent. We have like Forspoken, which is something I'll probably play on the channel at some point. It's notoriously bad, but I like to pick up notoriously bad games for stupid cheap prices. I don't want to pay full price for a bad game. That's why I have Two Worlds, and I bought Two Worlds when it came out at $70 for the collector's edition, and then turned it back in the same day, and was like, no, we're not doing this. And bought it again later for like $4 or $2 or something ridiculously low. Forspoken's kind of one of those. I paid $6. I'm trying to make triple sure. $6 and change, I think, is what I paid for, something like that. Okay, fine. It's a PlayStation 5 game, So I think that was one of the more recent pickups. There were a couple of 99-cent games that I picked up on the 99-cent sale that Xbox had. And I think we're kind of seeing, I do want to opine for just a second on the new consoles. Of course, these are all leaks. Everything is speculative. We talked a little bit about how Sony had alluded to the fact that PlayStation might be, the new PlayStation may not be coming out in 2027 as we would normally expect it to. It may be coming out a couple of years after. The supposed price points were leaked, and the new Xbox project is supposedly called the Magnus currently, and is speculated to have crossed the $1,000 threshold. A lot of people are speculating it to be at $1,200 when it launches. I don't necessarily know if it'll be that high, $1,000 probably, but with the way that they've launched these new ROG handhelds, it's not unheard of, or it wouldn't be unheard of. At that point, it's probably better just to buy a good PC, because it's modular and you can update it modularly, whereas an Xbox is going to be, that one thing. So Sony's PlayStation is supposed to come out at $600, which I still think is ridiculous, but at the same time, not $1,200 worth of ridiculous. So I really don't like the micro cracks on discs. Some of our Wii and Wii U games can't be played because of that, and you can't just clean them to make them work. Yeah, it's I think they call that, it's called disc rot, I believe is what it's called. And it's a thing that happens to discs, can happen naturally. You have to kind of keep it's the weirdest thing, and I hate it. And it's the games that were the worst about it were Nintendo games, but specifically the GameCube had a really hard time with disc rot. In order to prevent disc rot, the saying is, or the method is, apparently, you have to keep it in a very dark, very dry place. The heat doesn't really matter. It doesn't, hot and cold doesn't matter, as long as it's not boiling hot. But you have to keep them ridiculously sheltered, or otherwise they develop disc rot, or these little micro cracks on them, which, if you try to clean them, depending on what you're trying to clean them with, can actually lead to larger cracks. I don't know why. It is something that Blu-ray is a little bit more resistant to, is my understanding. But I'm not sure. And it's part of the reason that I like cartridge-based gaming better. It's part of the reason that I enjoy the Switch and the Switch 2 a little better, because those cartridges do last. And we have evidence of that. I have a collection of cartridges that I've had for decades, and they are still... you might have to replace a battery if they have battery backup, but for the most part, they work just fine. I pop them in the old console that's from literally 1985. They work fine. And before that, my Atari cartridges and my Atari still work really well from the 1970s. And again, the labels are a little worse for wear, I'll admit. I'm looking at my copy of Pitfall. It's worse for wear, but in terms of the label, but it works just fine. There's no problem with using it at all. So I don't understand why they didn't try to future-proof that a little bit more. I guess that I can understand them trying to lean into planned obsolescence, but I don't think it was that. I really don't. I guess to get back on the other games that we're thinking about picking up in near future, obviously Silent Hill F remains on the radar. There's a new game that just came out on the 22nd, I believe, so about a week ago, called Dispatch. It's from a team that it's from I guess a group of people that used to work for the teams on Telltale games. Telltale games, for anybody who's unfamiliar, are mostly story orientated. So they're mostly they're kind of QTE the game, but it's mostly story and the choices that matter. It's not quite as David Cage like. They're mostly cel shaded fashions and so on and so forth. Dispatch is supposed to be a fan project of people that broke off from that larger group with a pretty star-studded cast, including famous actors, voice actors, and YouTubers. I think Jacksepticeye is on there. Aaron Paul, I believe, of Breaking Bad fame, and other fames, obviously, but I'm sure that'll be the most recognizable, is the main character. I think there's characters from Vox Machina, the Matt Mercer thing, that are on it. Anyway, it's a rated M kind of. You were a superhero disenfranchised. Now you're the dispatcher for a group of defunct superheroes, and so on and so forth. So, kind of looked really fun. I think it's going to be 8 episodes. They are releasing episodes weekly. So episodes 1 and 2, I think, are out now. Maybe 3 and 4 coming up soon, or if they're already out, maybe they'll do 8 episodes. 2 episodes weekly up until the end of November, and then that's the whole game. I think the whole game is $30. So really, really nice how we've seen these little companies come out of the woodwork and say, we can make a fun game or something that's interesting or intriguing or appeals to the fan base, and not charge you an arm and a leg. And we saw the same thing with Claire Obscure, which has already won awards for it, and in all honesty, I think deservedly so. But yeah, I think that's going to be on our radar. Obviously, we've got Silent Hill F that is on our radar. We just haven't picked it up yet. Resident Evil, which will come out in February. That one will be a day one for us because we are humongous Resident Evil fans. And Village, which is the latest Resident Evil up until this one, is my favorite. I know that's unpopular, but of the Resident Evil series, not my favorite game, but of the Resident Evil series, that is my favorite, and I very much want to play this new one. I think I kind of want to see where the story's going. I want to know who these new characters are, and they just keep upping the ante in terms of how these characters look and feel and react, and the different ways to be scary. I guess Resident Evil 8's been out for 5 years now. I guess it came out in 2020. I don't think it's... I'm going to try to still kind of keep it obscure for those of you who haven't played it, because I think it's an experience, but I will say, in most of the Resident Evil games, it's very much about ammo management. It's very much about escaping these kind of horrors. 8 kind of runs, in my opinion, in a different direction. There is some ammo management. There is some being careful about how you're doing, whether or not you're going to attack this thing, or whether or not you're going to be able to sneak by it, or whether there are some of those little elements. But there are also pieces and parts that they decided to play by making you feel helpless. There's a section in the game where it's basically don't touch the floor. The floor is lava, taken to this ridiculous, conclusion, which I think is hilarious. There's this moment where you don't have everything that you've had that made you feel moderately powerful. The weapons you've had, they're gone. Now it's you have to solve puzzles and you have to hide. And I personally really like the way that they've done that, and I hope that they've taken that and evolved it into this new Resident Evil 9. I hope they've done that. So that's on the that one's on the list also. I think apart from those, I think I'm going to try. I'd like to at some point in the near future get the Ninja Gaiden and the Shinobi 2D games, though I have not yet gotten those. Excuse me. And then, of course, recently we've also picked up Omori. I was able to actually get, I guess, one of the most recent pickups. Speaking of pawn shops and flea markets, I worked out of town last week. I do this fairly frequently. I get a hotel. There's a place that I go to just down the road from the hotel I'm at. It's a pawn shop, and it's not like a big chain pawn shop. It is a family-owned pawn shop, and they take video games, and they don't care about video games. So they don't give you a lot of money for them, but they don't charge a lot of money for them. and I was able to pick myself up a really nice copy of Bayonetta 3 for the Switch for $10. $10 flat, by the way. If you pay in cash, they don't charge you the tax. And Bayonetta is still about a $30 game on the low end, loose. So I was very happy to be able to pick that up. I've been a big fan of Bayonetta since it came out. So reminds me of the shrines in Zelda Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, where they take away your armor and weapons, and you have to get everything to solve them from the shrine itself. It does a really good job, and that's a good analogy in this case. Obviously, in that case, they're a little bit more funny and campy about it, which I think is good. There's a good element that but there's this kind of upbeat piece to it. Whereas in the Resident Evil one, they do very much lean into the horror, but it's a very good analogy. As well as that one island where the same concept applies. Yeah, it is very much. It's very similar in that. But imagine, well, I don't want to give it away, because I think that this is. I think that a lot of people, for the longest time, I remember when Resident Evil 4 came out. I remember when Resident Evil 4 for the very first time came out, and it was this huge. It was a huge deal. I have the magazines still from it. Everybody loved Resident Evil 4, and Resident Evil 4 was great. I have a guidebook for it. I have everybody loved it. It's good. The remake is also very good. It's very well done. I think 8 does something that game doesn't do, and that is, it feels like it doesn't feel like it was just kind of an evolution in the Resident Evil franchise. It, to me, feels like it was its own. It was developing an identity that was now uniquely its own, completely just Village. And it didn't do that by throwing away everything that Resident Evil had established. It did that by realizing that people, what scared people and what put people on edge 20 years ago doesn't necessarily, we've kind of desensitized, and it doesn't do that necessarily. And so it's not, again, it is, I guess to some extent it is an evolution, but I think mostly it carved this identity out for itself that is uniquely its own. I don't think that there is another game in the Resident Evil franchise that can put you on the edge of your seat in one way or another in the same way that 8 does. Whether that be the kind of spooky, scared, kind of thing, or whether that just be the panic of, I don't know if I'm going to hit this button on the, I don't know if I'm going to hit the button on time. I don't know if I'm going to get away on time. I don't know if I'm going to get for anybody, I'm going to go and drop 2 things. Baby and Mannequin. That's one of the most spine-tingling. And it's not one of those things where I'll go to bed and I'll have a nightmare or anything that I would have had a nightmare about. Excuse me. I'm a fairly difficult person to scare. But that was something that I still, being a difficult person to scare, was on the edge of my seat, because I was, especially the first time. Now I've played it so many times that I'm like, I kind of have an understanding of some of the tolerances, but the very first time I played it, even though it wasn't scary to me, I was still on the edge of my seat, because I was like, I don't know if I'm going to make it. I don't know if I'm going to I don't know if this, and again, I'm saying Mannequin, because it's such a horror trope, and I think everybody kind of has this, but it is such a really cool horror element puzzle that they decided to make of it. I don't know. I really, really like what they did with it. I think they did a fantastic job. I highly recommend to anybody. I don't think it's expensive anymore. Go pick up, if you've not already picked up a copy of Resident Evil 8. I'm sure you can get it for less than, I'm sure you can get it for $15, right? Go pick up a copy. It is really, really good. One of the things that I am really, to kind of get onto the topic of good games, though, one of the things that, and I had this conversation, was having this conversation, in fact, several days ago, which was the conversation of what I would consider to be, at very least, diminishing returns of video gaming today, versus what video games were prior. Take a look at something really quickly. There we are. We were talking about the diminishing returns. I apologize. One second. We were talking about the diminishing returns on video games, and something that I kind of encourage, or will encourage if I haven't already, I'm pretty sure I have, are the video games that we get nowadays are more expensive than video games we used to get back in the day. So back in the day, you might spend $30, $40, $50 on a game, and they did. $39.99 was a pretty common practice for new games. And then on the other side, we have games today that are $70. Are the games $40 worth more, or 55, 60% more fun than they were back in the cartridge day? I think the answer is no. I think the answer is pretty unequivocally no. That these games are not that much better. They are three-dimensional games. They do have other elements to them that previous games didn't. Some of them are much longer. I could understand $50, right? I don't understand why games would take the budgets like Call of Duty Modern Warfare, these ridiculous multi-billion-dollar budgets. I don't understand that. But it's one of the biggest parts of a diminishing return. I think a lot of companies are trying to justify the ridiculous amounts of money that they're spending in making games. And I'm hoping that is showing I'm hoping that we are beginning to enter a kind of revolution against that. That's why I didn't want to get a Switch 2, or I don't want to get a Switch 2. Everything's so overpriced now. It is. Luckily for me, the Switch 2 was worth it because it does everything my Switch 1 does, but my Switch 1 is small, tiny screen, and it's very difficult for me, who is a larger man and with larger hands. It's very difficult for me to play, and joystick drift and all this other stuff that is supposed to be fixed on the Switch 2 is like, all right, I'm going to spend $80 4 times for more Joy-Cons that are already too small for my hands. Or I can get this Switch 2 where I'm going to spend, $400. But it's bigger, it fits, they're supposed to fix Joy-Con drift, all of my old stuff works on it. Seriously, is Mario Kart World even with everything? Seriously, is Mario Kart World even with everything that it's got? Is it worth it to get an entire new console to play? Not even including buying the game, which is its whole other thing. No. I wouldn't say Mario Kart World is worth it for that. I would say Mario Kart World, to me, the game... So Mario Kart World comes with you can buy the $450 one, and then the $50 extra goes towards giving you Mario Kart World. So you save $20 on it. And to me, that's fine. That's probably worth it. A $50 game coming with it. And then on top of that, you have Donkey Kong Bonanza. Donkey Kong Bonanza was great. I'll say that right off the bat. It was freaking fantastic. It's really fun. For a lot of people, I think it's also the convenience of being able to take certain games that you otherwise couldn't take with you. And I think Switch was the first option to that. So, for example, wanting to play Cyberpunk or Little Nightmares 3, taking that with you on the go and having a decent fidelity copy of a very popular, very good game, in addition to improvements with performance on other big games that were already launched with the Switch, like The Witcher 3, which notoriously does not perform well on Switch 1, but on Switch 2 does perform pretty well. The buttons are reversed, so I'm not keen on that, but does work okay. I think a lot of that appeal came in that regard, and it's still the most effective, cost-effective way to play a lot of those games, because you get a PlayStation Portal, you're still reliant on the connectivity, whether it's got good internet connection. Whereas with the Switch 2, you don't necessarily need something that's that stable. And then on the ROG, the one that they came out for Xbox, it's $800 and $1,000 if you want this thing. Personally, I don't see the draw in DK Bonanza. I'm probably not enough of it. Yeah, and that's fair. It kind of worked from both sides. Number one is obviously people that were fans of Super Mario Odyssey. If you were a fan of Super Mario Odyssey, to get to play something that was kind of similar to that open world, but in the Donkey Kong way, then yes. I will say, for those of us who have been Donkey Kong fans since Donkey Kong has been a thing, it was a really big... Well, we'll say Donkey Kong Country. I'm going to specifically say Donkey Kong Country. If other people find it fun, I will not disagree as much. It is fun. I mean, it may not be your cup of tea. There are a lot of things that, like I said, I have no problem with the differences. What I was going to say, though, is for people who have been Donkey Kong, we'll say Donkey Kong Country, because I think the Donkey Kong Country part is obviously Donkey Kong with Mario or Jumpman is, that's one thing. But the Donkey Kong Country games that came out in the 90s, which were huge. I mean, wildly, if you get anybody that grew up in the 80s and 90s who had these games, those are going to be some of the most popular games in the Super Nintendo collection. It could be any three of those. I'm going to make a wager that it's probably going to be either one or two most of the time. I'm one of those weird guys that really enjoys 3, even though I love 1 and 2, and had 1 and 2. I enjoyed 3 the most. I still think 3 is the most refined. A lot of people will disagree with me on that, and that's perfectly fine. And then they kind of went into Donkey Kong Country when we started having it on other consoles like the Wii and the Wii U. There was this kind of departure from the form, because Donkey Kong was no longer made by Rare. Rare was no longer a part of the Nintendo second-party team. And there was this kind of departure. They were kind of trying to write these new stories and all that, which was fine. And Donkey Kong Bonanza brings it all the way back to the Rare days, which, I'm not going to spoil it because it is as fresh as it is, but it does kind of bring it back to the Rare days. It is a difficult game. It's really fun. And when you start getting to those last boss fights, those last boss fights are brutal. They are ridiculously brutal. And yet they were incredibly, incredibly fun. And seeing some of the character design on it, and having the ability to do little things like customize what Donkey Kong looked like and this and that and the other, on top of a story that kind of had returned to form, I thought was really, really intriguing. They did a great job. I was a big fan. Again, not everybody's cup of tea, but it was a lot. It was a lot of fun. And then, of course, there are some exclusives that are coming out. That the vampire game that's coming out that is exclusive. Was it Blood of the Dawn Walker or something? I can't remember which one it is, but one of those games, vampire games, is exclusively coming out. Is exclusively coming out on the Switch, and obviously that's going to be a huge pull. It's a Dark Souls, from the makers of Dark Souls. You can't get it anywhere but the Switch 2. It's like, all right. You guys woke me up. It's 5:20 a.m. No, I can't. I'm having a bit of trouble sleeping and can talk for a bit, maybe before trying to sleep again. How are we all? Hey, Viddy, I hope you're doing all right. We're doing all right, I think. we were talking about some of the games and talking about some of the new games that have come out, talking about our enjoyment of flea markets and pawn shops to pick up stuff, and we were talking about the Switch 2 and whether or not the Switch 2 was worth picking up. I said for me it was because of XY. Fighting Max doesn't have as much of a Donkey Kong fan to it, so he said he didn't see the draw. So I was like, yeah, I get it. Now I really may have to have a Nintendo Switch 2 for Donkey Kong Bonanza, though I still don't know about the Nintendo Switch 2. I like it. I like the Nintendo Switch 2. It's, again, it didn't feel... To me, the hardest console to justify at launch was the PlayStation 5. The Xbox Series X was a no-brainer. You could play... It's ridiculously backwards compatible. And so it was like, all right, even if I just buy this to preserve, to make sure I have the newest form factor, the most updated form factor to play some of my old games, that was a no-brainer. The Switch was, when I bought the Switch, of course I bought the Switch in 2017, but when I bought the Switch, it was like, hey, this is the natural, you can't play a Switch game on any other console, and there are only Switch games coming out for this. Okay, fine. When we moved to the PlayStation 5, it wasn't very backwards compatible. It wasn't as backwards compatible. As a matter of fact, it's not still very backwards compatible, save for what they have on these digital kind of doors. And it was difficult to justify because there wasn't a large amount of games coming out for it that were console exclusives that you couldn't already get on the Xbox. That was the no-brainer because I was going to buy it anyway. So the Switch 2 hasn't been that difficult because they have come out with a bevy of games that are unique to them, or again, that have the appeal of portability without the ridiculous price. Instead of paying $7.99 or instead of paying $1,000 or $1,200 or whatever these other ones are, you pay $400, you pay $450. That's not a small chunk of money, but it is still half of the next of the competition, or it's more of the more of the functionality of a full console as opposed to a portal, which basically needs good internet connection to connect you to your already existing PlayStation. I do partially blame my poor sleep on staying up reading for my first time Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. It's a short book though, and of course it's spooky month. Yeah, The Modern Prometheus, very, very, very good little book. Considered one of the most difficult books to read nowadays by today's Lexile score, as we had talked about last time. Very, very disappointing that that's the case. I haven't finished the book yet, and lo and behold, there's a bit of philosophical stuff in it. There is. That was a lot of the purpose, right? The kind of largest, looking down the gaping maw of the philosophy of Frankenstein was the contrast between that which was normal and that which was it was bestial, but the bestial was that much closer to civility because it understood and questioned and doubted itself, versus the group, the mob, who was so sure that what they were doing was right and that they were the normal and that they were the correct, and yet they were the more monstrous, more bestial themselves. It was the simplest, right? Now there are obviously deeper philosophies in that, but we love philosophical stuff at 5:23 a.m. Yep, I may not be up at the moment for the deeper inquiries, but still, there's no better time. There's always a good time for philosophy, isn't it? I couldn't sleep because I was questioning life, the universe, and everything too much. If it's spooky philosophy, it's even better. Question no longer. The answer is 42. Very nice. Good reference. Very good reference. Frankenstein being hard to read, I do find more so due to a bit too much time spent on a setting of descriptions and subplots. But when the characters move the plot forward and ask philosophical questions, it's good. She's definitely very focused in that book and in setting the stage. But I think the reason that she does that, and again, I don't know, and I'm not going to tell you that if you have a different opinion, yours is wrong. But the reason I feel like that she had done that is because there's a lot of, when you start kind of grasping, as I was talking about, the essence of the story, which is the failing the people that are supposedly normal and civil being the more bestial and vice versa, right? When we start to kind of see that in a lot of these, it kind of lets you go off into these areas of what if, well, what if this is just a city of highly impoverished people that have had this and that and the other? Well, I'm going to set this so that all of those what if questions are basically addressed. And I am pointing out to you, essentially, that the illusion of civility is the most uncivilized thing that we are. It's the violence that we commit silently. It's very difficult to say that because violence is not a very easy thing to commit silently, but we are killing our capacity for greater growth because we are assuming that our civility saves us from beasts, when in fact the code that is the code of conduct that beasts live by is a more pure code because it doesn't lie to itself and try to make itself feel better about things that we might consider grotesque. And it almost always has utility too. It's funny because 42 is the only thing that I know from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, and I would say it is a pretty useful bit of knowledge. It is one of the greatest things Douglas Adams had done also on that, which I think was the, I can't remember what it's called, the point of view gun, the gun where most powerful weapon of the galaxy, you fire it at somebody and it forces them to see your perspective. It's a brilliant bit of literature, truly. You haven't read, watched, or listened to the stories overall? Yeah, I've read half of the Hitchhiker's Guide. It's a long book, yeah. Well, I've read the first 4 books. It's a good long compendium for sure. I think I have a compendium version of it, so I'm going to call it as that. But yeah, read the first 4 books. Seen the 80s TV series and the 2005 movie. The movie was kind of so I know my Hitchhiker stuff. Don't forget your towel. Nice. There's a lot of really good little philosophical tidbits, as well as little kind of tongue-in-cheek moments also, where it's like, the Rick and Morty kind of. Douglas Adams also had a thing for the kind of Rick and Morty, where it was Rick and Morty. There was this thing for anybody who isn't familiar with Rick and Morty's early time. Rick and Morty, obviously cartoon characters that were made to parody the Doc and Marty from Back to the Future, and written jokes back and forth and so on and so forth. And there were people that were legitimately buying into the science and philosophy of Rick and Morty. It's like, wow, this is actually genius. This could actually be feasible. It wasn't. It's a lot of jargon and made up, for fun. And the creators, Dan Harmon and Justin Roiland, are, I think, evidence to that. Like, these guys, not that they're not comedic geniuses in one regard, but in terms of genius outside of generally comedic, I don't necessarily know if we can say we've seen them possess. And it's, and it was like, but people were saying, no, this is actually legitimate. This science is the science that, we're missing. It's like, speaking of points of view, some strange Doctor Who discourse I've seen consists of a person saying, you should have bought or seen that Doctor Who thing by now if it was years ago. Set in a somewhat antagonistic tone. I cannot understand that person's perspective. Can you guys interpret what this person may be on about? Yeah, they're upset with life and they're disappointed that their quote-unquote expertise, which is generally of little utility, hasn't they can't expand on something that some other person has and has developed their own perspective on, or their own point of view, their own opinions about, and so now they're not willing to kind of, their pride isn't willing to let them kind of, and I guess social circumstance isn't willing to let them kind of elaborate on these things if they're going to have to start from square one. Basically, they want to talk about something, but they need you to have the basic understanding, and they don't want to explain the basic understanding, and that frustrates them because if they have to do that, then they'll derail whatever expertise they're supposed to have to give to you. So what they would rather you do is have the basic understanding, and then they can come in and tell you why all of your conceptions are misconceptions and you're technically wrong on all of this, instead of them having to now explain the basic concept and then go into whatever little idiosyncrasies your opinions may have. Sorry. That's why it's good to have a sneeze button. It'd be hard to catch up on because nobody knows who he is. Fair point. Also, who? But yeah, this guy does not seem to get that we have lives and we cannot catch up on Doctor Who all the time. Sometimes we just don't got time for that. That's true. Ain't nobody got time for that. Smacks. I even had to go on an overseas trip and didn't have any TV to watch TV or anything really. TV to watch TV. No, you're fine. I got what you mean. I really am half asleep. Well, one would need a TV to watch TV. I meant TV to watch Doctor Who or anything really. I see nothing but facts here. That's fair. Yeah, I think a lot. I mean, that's usually anytime I've encountered something like that, and it's never really about the frivolous stuff. Honestly, it's like it's mostly about things that are a principle. That's you don't know about this. Are you serious? And it's just kind of this flaunting of, you know, if you're really going to call it's kind of a moral posturing that frustrates them and at the same time allows them to falsely escalate themselves. We'll go back to something that I'm decently well versed on. We'll talk Star Wars or Witcher, right? And we've talked about it several times, and then I tell you something like Cal Kestis uses a form of lightsaber combat that's forbidden called Trakata. Okay, I've already talked about this before. Technically true. And then you say, well, what's Trakata? And I'm like, if you're really a Star Wars fan, you would have already known that. Well, the first thing is, you not knowing what it is means that I have to start from square one to explain myself, explain what it is, and that might frustrate me in and of itself. Number two, I have to explain why it's a forbidden form, which is what I was really wanting to talk about in the first place, but now I have to go back and talk about something I don't care to. And then the last thing is, it lets me posture myself above you in knowledge. Haha, I know what that is. You don't know what that is. I'm the real fan, which, who cares? I mean, at the end of the day, I love Star Wars. I know a lot about Star Wars. If you don't know about Star Wars and you ask, I'm just going to be like, oh yeah, let me explain. I want to share a hobby with you guys. If you enjoy the hobby like I do, I want you to read it at your leisure or watch it at your leisure and have fun with it. If you don't, that's okay. I'll give you the Cliff Notes versions here so we can have conversations anyway. I don't care. But a lot of people take that very personally. What are we talking about? I love TV. We were talking about somebody on the internet taking a really negative tone about somebody not already having seen something within the Doctor Who universe and asking why that might be, why they come across that way. And that's my answer was in that way. It's somebody feeling overly entitled about something and wanting to kind of position themselves above you as the de facto fan. I know a lot about Star Wars. There are people that know a lot more about Star Wars probably than even I do. Same thing is true with Witcher. Same thing is true with anything that I enjoy. So what is the point of me being all up in arms about it? Because if I decide I'm going to be all, if I'm going to be all smarmy about it, then how embarrassing will it be when eventually I encounter that one person who does know quite a bit more than I do and then decides to show me up and all of a sudden I look like an idiot and I was a jerk about it the whole time. Just share the hobby. I want to share Star Wars. I want to share Witcher with you guys. If you enjoy it, great. If you don't enjoy it, that's okay. We'll enjoy some other things together. Not a big deal. Fighting Max, good example of that. We just talked about how he doesn't see the appeal for Donkey Kong. I love Donkey Kong. I'd love to share stuff with you, but if you're not interested, that's okay too. I'm not upset about it. I get it. It's not a problem. They're just going to be things that we don't see eye to eye on, and we don't need to. So, it's good. So far, we've talked about Switch 2, Frankenstein, and philosophy. We have. That was a Deltarune reference, if you didn't catch. I don't know enough about Deltarune yet. I need to play Deltarune. I have it. I played a little bit of it, but I didn't deep dive into it like I did with Undertale. Because it's just, I don't know, something about it doesn't feel the same to me. Oh, and points of view, least of all a person talking about having to be up to date with Doctor Who or else, goodness knows why. Yeah. I've played Undertale, but still not up to date with Deltarune. Hey, you were supposed to play Deltarune. It's been out for months. No, just have fun. Take things as they come. If you're doing things, especially when they're leisure activities, like watching a television show, reading a book, or or playing a video game. If you're doing things because you feel like you have to do them, especially when they are supposed to be escapes, like, again, video games. I love reading. Reading can have utility in the work life too. I have a lot of reading that I have to do for work and a lot of study that I need to do for work also. I understand that. There's a deadline for that. I have to have stuff. I have to know stuff. Sure. But if it's something that I'm having to do, that I get to do, for recreation, that I enjoy, like, again, reading books. Again, I've been reading Witcher. I've been rereading some Star Wars novels. I'm going to take my time. And if anybody is upset about that, then that's fine. They can lose sleep over it. I am not bothered at all. If you're upset about me playing a specific video game, or the fact that I hadn't played a specific video game, or the way that I play a video game, because I didn't go deathless, or I don't care. I'm not interested in that. I'm just interested in playing it because I have fun and having conversation. If you are bothered by my not having a deathless run, or my staggering or stumbling along the pathing of something, I've done that multiple times in this game because the pathing, in my opinion, is a little esoteric, at least for me. If that's bothersome to you, we'll talk another time. It's okay. I'm just here to play a game and have a conversation. That's it. I'm not here to do a professional version of either of those. I'm just here to do it casually because I assume I'm among friends in most of these cases, and I'm among a game that I'm very, very keen on. So it's a win-win. People take way too much personally. People take way too much personally. Yes, they do. I think a lot of people want to make themselves experts, and I think that they do that instead of by being, knowing more. I think they do it by pushing that you know too little. Care about your family and your close friends. Anyone else? Who cares what they say? I don't. Exactly. You're not obligated, but if you're interested, I highly recommend all 4 chapters of Deltarune. You don't even have to know a lot about Undertale to enjoy it. I do know Undertale quite well, quite well based on the game standards. I didn't do any deep dives into extended lore or anything, but I'm familiar with the game quite well. I've played, again, I have Deltarune, and I have played it. It just wasn't something that captured my attention as much as Undertale, but I'll give it another shot. Again, another good reason to use the Switch too, right? I have Deltarune on the Switch, so. I didn't even know that background knowledge of Undertale is not needed for Deltarune. Though I do like and have played Undertale. Yeah, Undertale's nice. Also, Undertale, top 25 games showcase entry. It's a good game. It's not it's hard for me. It was hard for me to pick the top 30. I have so many games. I have played so many games in so many decades. And I'm looking, just the room I'm in, my office, my retro room. I have shelves behind me, and the games go 2 or 3 deep, and it's just games. There's nothing but games on them. Well, I say that. That's not true. This middle one, there are some books on. There are 3 shelves of the 5 that have books, and then the other 2 have games. And then the shelf on the left side, 2 deep, and it's just Sega Genesis and Xbox. On the right on the behind left of me are Wii games, GameCube games, Xbox 360 games, etc. PS3. We've got shelves and shelves in the closet. There's a shelf of PS1. There's a shelf of Dreamcast. There's a shelf of NES. I've so many games I've been collecting for so long. And I've played, not passed necessarily, but I've played just about all of them. I've passed a lot of them, a good lot of them. So it's very, very difficult for me to narrow down just 30. It's very difficult. Undertale is an absolute classic. The people who think you need to care, that they're bothered about something you enjoy or say are pathetic. That's true. That's very true. We're here to hear you sing and do voice impressions, Wait, what? I don't think that was why people are here. Maybe, though. I remember the whole controversy of Hogwarts Legacy and everybody getting butthurt when people even thought about playing it because they're supporting transgenocide or something like that. The Hogwarts situation was hilarious. Bunch of freaks. Game sold incredibly well. So great job, guys. That boycott definitely worked. Whatever you play, Legacy or not, does not matter. But if you attack someone for either playing it or not playing it, that's not okay. True. People have gotten bullied and doxxed from it, if I remember correctly. The mere mention. Why are people so bothered? by what other people do or by its mental. People got mad when streamers added it to their schedule. The general consensus I've seen regarding to Rowling, people around the net don't like the people that have continued to buy Harry Potter stuff because it puts money in transphobes' pocket. But, one, she's already rich, and two, we have supported so many bad people, whether we realize it or not. I completely get why people don't like Rowling, but seriously, you don't need to do that. The online freak crowd do not understand the normal. That's true. So I don't know all of the specific stuff for Rowling. I have Hogwarts Legacy. I've played the game. It's fun. I don't know anything about Harry Potter, so... I don't know anything about Harry Potter. Excuse me. Adjusting my seat. I don't know anything about Harry Potter, apart from what I'd kind of learned in the bit that I played about the game. But I mean, exactly to Viddy's point. There are a ton of people that you support that you don't realize when you buy from Amazon, you're dealing with Bezos. When you use PayPal, you were dealing with Elon. Right? Elon was one of the founders of PayPal. When you purchase from EA, soon, you'll be dealing or funding directly the Saudi Arabian public fund. Which, of course, by the way, this will be a privately owned company now. It won't be publicly traded. But it'll go to the Saudi Arabian fund. And Donald Trump's son-in-law has a part ownership. His company will have part ownership of it. And so, are you going to stop playing games that you enjoy because of that? You can. There's nothing wrong with that. As far as Rowling's takes on stuff, I don't know them. I've heard that she's transphobic. I don't know what she said that is transphobic. I had this conversation literally day before yesterday with somebody. I don't know what she had said that was transphobic. Maybe she has said things that are that way. Maybe she hasn't. Maybe she said something. Maybe, again, I want to be very clear on this. If somebody comes and says, trans people aren't people, then that's not, I wouldn't say it's transphobic, but it's absolutely ignorant. That's stupid, right? Phobic to me means a fear of, but I understand the colloquial meaning. But even still, that's stupid. It doesn't matter what word you want to use. I'm not going to split hairs about it. It's stupid, right? If you want to come out and say trans people aren't people, that's stupid. If you want to have an opinion about what somebody else does in their life that doesn't impact you at all, sure. If you start having opinions on things like sports and lavatories, okay, don't treat people like they're terrible. That does have an impact on you. You can have an opinion on that. Just be couth about the way that you present that opinion. Be reasonable, right? There's no reason to be upset and rude about it. And I say hateful. Hateful is a good thing, but not in this particular instance. It doesn't need to go to that, right? It's okay to want to protect things that are important to you, but you need to make sure that your argument's a solid one. If it is against or for, you need to make sure you give the most solid argument and be the most couth you can be. But to sit there and say, well, these people aren't people or this or that or the other, that's obviously absolutely ignorant and stupid and doesn't accomplish anything. Don't do that. Talking about Rowling is not too sensitive a topic for this stream. No, there's nothing that's off limits. Nothing's too... Yeah, perfect. That's exactly right. No, you can talk about whatever you want. If people don't like me because I'm willing to talk candidly about things that are going on, then that's not my problem. It really isn't. I don't care. Casual game enjoyer doesn't know or care about any of these online discussions. It's meaningless to them. They just want to play a game, enjoy a game for an hour or two after getting back from their boring job. That's fair. That's true. I don't know the specifics that she said, but even still, it's one of those things where it's like, if you want to boycott somebody, then boycott them. Again, I'm going to say that. I think you should be able to separate art and the artist, but at the same time, let's say Rowling has said some just truly heinous things. Again, I don't know that this is the case, so I'm not making this as if she has or hasn't. I don't know, but let's say she has. And I mean truly, objectively, or at least the vast majority of people would look at it and say, those are absolutely disgusting, right? Okay, boycott her. but it's not your responsibility to be dogmatic or to dogmatize the boycott by making other people complicit. If somebody else does not want to boycott it because that particular statement doesn't mean anything to them, or they don't care, or they even agree, it's not your place to help other people discover what is important to them. I keep forgetting I need to change this over. God dang it. Oh well. It will be on for a little while. This is about unfiltered conversation of various topics without fear of others being... Yeah, that's exactly right. Everyone is transphobic and homophobic and phobic nowadays. It's lost all meaning. All of it. What the heck is fatphobic? Not that every other one of those terms is made up, but they just made that up. No, people aren't oppressing you for your right. Wait. Well, it depends. So fatphobic is weird. That's a weird term for it. There is a such thing as being fatphobic. There are people that have eating disorders, such as bulimia or such as anorexia, and anorexia purging type, which is a form of that too. That is a fat phobia. That is a weight specific phobia that most people who are suffering from severe eating disorders, specifically those that are malnourished, undernourished, bulimic again, or anorexic, they are actually afraid. There is actually a deathly fear of their weight. So fatphobic is a thing. I don't know if that's I know obviously it's not the original, that's a term, but if we're talking about colloquialism, yeah, that's absolutely a thing. It's just not a societal where, oh, you're being oppressed for being heavy. It's more of a self-oppression, generally an eating disorder development, and that would be the phobia of becoming fat or overweight. There are people that are overly judgmental for people that are heavy, but if you're talking about there was a survey where it's like, should people that are overweight be given 2 seats on a bus or 2 seats on a plane or whatever? If you feel like you not getting that is a fat phobia, then no, you're being ridiculous. That's you need to be able to fit into 1 seat. That's just how that works. You don't get one for, or you can have 2 seats, but you have to pay for both of them. I mean, it's just that is fair. So, but yeah, no, in terms of fat phobia, I would argue that fat phobia is more a self-inflicted thing, and I think it's more, that's what I would say, that somebody that is suffering from a severe eating disorder, not an overeating disorder, but undereating or bulimia or something of that nature. I would say that that's what they are suffering for, is legitimately a fat phobia or a phobia of becoming fat, not a societal version. J.K. Rowling is literally the devil to some people. I could probably name 5 other people that are infinitely more evil and or difficult, and that we have evidence. I mean, heck, take a look at half of our government or foreign governments, and you'll find people that have a much bigger impact than saying words on the internet. If you're going to boycott a product because somebody working there doesn't like your views or has said something you don't like, then you better not have a single product on Earth. You better not buy a single product on Earth. That's true. Neil Gaiman is another one that was a really big deal. He had a weird thing that he apparently was doing with people that was, as far as I can tell, they came back later regretting it because it was a power dynamic thing, but apparently it was in the moment at least somewhat consensual. Well, it was consensual, but I don't know the details, so I'm not going to opine on whether or not it was or wasn't right. I would argue that at least on its face, even if it was consensual, if there was a power play in it, it's probably dubious at best. At the same time, I still think he's a phenomenal author. Now, if I come out and I find out that he was absolutely using the money that he was making from this to do awful non-consensual power play stuff, yeah, I probably will stop buying his books. But just based upon what other people have said and based upon what we're seeing, if I don't have a good opinion, I don't have enough data on that, I still enjoy his books. The man's a genius author. I'm going to keep buying his books. At the same time, if I ever do decide that I need to boycott it, I'm not going to come up and say, oh, well, you really should. I'm going to tell you what happened, and then I'm going to let you make a decision, and hopefully you make the decision that makes the most sense to you. If one doesn't want to buy Hogwarts Legacy, then you might as well not be buying any products. I have Hogwarts Legacy. I own it on both consoles. I own it on Xbox and I own it on PlayStation 5 because my wife's a Harry Potter fan. I don't know anything about Harry Potter, and I thought it might be an interesting way for us to jump into that together. I don't care. Again, if Rowling comes out and starts saying things that I'm made aware, again, I'm not digging deep into it, but she starts saying stuff that is just absolutely terrible. Firstly, they're words, so it's not that big of a deal. And she can use those words without money. So that's not going to change anything. But if she starts coming out and using that to do stuff, she's using that money to do bad things, to start programs that are counter to those people. Like, she's starting a program that's literally preventing people from being able to do what they need to do. And I'm talking about grown people. I have opinions on the kid thing, right? But she's stopping, grown people from doing what they want to do. Then sure, yeah, I'm not going to continue to give money to something that I know is going to be used and turned to, But at the same time, I don't have any evidence of that whatsoever. She said things on the internet. She could do that whether she was wealthy or poor. Doesn't matter. I don't care how you spend your money or what you think, but you're not going to tell me that I'm this or that if I don't do the same. I don't care. You'll never get me to care ever. Yeah, that's fair. That I can understand. Eating disorders are scary things. They are. Good old Neil Gaiman. No, I was just saying, but yeah, eating disorder. That's when I talk about fat phobic. So that's I think it's being misused in a way that I don't agree that it could mean. But I was talking with someone yesterday who wished me good luck on my exercise and was kind of about body positivity. Excuse me. I'm all for body positivity, but my lifestyle is different. It's just about keeping healthy and moving, even though I'm fairly skinny, and I do care that I'm skinny. Do I care that I'm skinny? Mostly not really. Good. Get on the weights. The only thing about Neil Gaiman I know is a couple of Doctor Who episodes he wrote. Well, those are probably really good ones then too, because he's written American Gods, Neverwhere, The Sandman. I mean, he's a great author in my opinion. He's one of the better of this era. He's probably one of the best authors. I mean, Rowling is supposedly one of the most beloved, but I would argue he's up there. I know he wrote a number of books and stuff that have appealed to a number of... Yeah, he's a great writer. I heard that Michael Jackson had allegations of doing inappropriate things with minors a few days ago, and I was very disappointed about that. Do you guys know anything about that? That's been going on. That's been going on for a minute. I didn't know that they've dug that back up. No. I'm not trying to be morbid on that. I truly am not. I don't care isn't enough for the weirdos. That's another thing. You simply responding with "I don't care" as like a personal. Oh yeah. That's a great statement. I don't know much about MJ, but here's what I do sort of know. Really, Max? You've only just heard about that? I don't think that. What was that? Okay, that was sounded like an explosion. The dogs are barking. It sounded like an explosion. I just thought he was a guy who's extremely pressured into the music business by his family. We are not about this. You only heard what Ash said. I didn't grow up in the 80s or 90s. I had no idea. No, that's fine. There appears to be evidence. Like I said, it wasn't like I guess it was or wasn't at Neverland that shows that MJ didn't do it, was alleged. Yeah, I mean, Macaulay Culkin was a big... I remember... So I'll bring you up to speed, no problem. That makes perfect sense, Fighting Max. Yeah, Michael Jackson has long since been accused of being inappropriate towards minors, and he's done some things that led a lot of people to believe that he was just attempting, not necessarily in a sexual way, but in a truly just kind of vicarious, and in some cases just a replacement theology way to. Because it's known that he had a very strict dad. He was absolutely pressured in the music business. There's rumor that he was even chemically castrated to prevent his voice from deepening because of the tone that he had, and that's part of the reason that his voice was supposedly so gentle and so high-pitched, although I don't necessarily know how well that worked, or whether the chemical castration was a real thing. But he had a grocery store that because he was so famous, he would get mobbed. He had a grocery store built that he would go and... It was just his grocery store, and he could basically go and shop for groceries like a normal person, so quote unquote. In addition to there being this place called Neverland that he had built, which was intended for kids and such, and he had talked about, there were interviews with him in the 90s and 80s and 90s with Barbara Walters, who were asking him about him sharing a bed, because he was known to share a bed with some of them and Neverland, and that it was, just something that people did and that was okay, and, he was kind of pressured on it. Macaulay Culkin was one of the kids, although Macaulay, as I understand it, had always come forward and said he never did anything inappropriate to me. Apparently, maybe he did to others, I don't know. So... apparently this is something that everybody knows but me. It's been a long time. I mean, this is not meant to be an insult whatsoever. You're young. There's nothing. I mean, the rest of us are older by a fair margin. I'm fairly. If I and I'm not going to say it, but I'm pretty sure I know Ash's age, and I know Viddy's age, and of course I know mine. But we're all quite a bit older. So, it makes perfect sense. I'm happy to bring you up to speed. It's not a big deal. MJ's childhood in regards to what Max said, yeah, I'm pretty sure his family put pressure on him a lot. Yeah, his father specifically was very, very mean, very harsh, and physically even abusive, so yeah. He was definitely a weird guy, but apparently he never did try any. That's what I had always heard also, up until his death. So I guess if they're just opening the case files again, that would be interesting. But Macaulay Culkin was one of the biggest ones that said he didn't do it. At least not to him. So what Ash said, MJ was apparently all about giving children a fun time at a big home of his called Neverland, possibly to give them the childhood he never had. Cue the suspicions about what had happened. Sure. To the kids at Neverland. Yeah. I hear the word allegations all the time, and it usually ends up being true. Yeah, allegations can be. I mean, obviously, it just means what they are supposed to have done. But America operates under something called the presumption of innocence. Now, we're sitting here with half of the gallery not being American, right? With Viddy not being American, with Ash not being American. But in the case of America, we operate under something called the presumption of innocence, which dictates that until you can prove beyond the shadow of doubt that somebody is guilty of having done it, we have to act as if they probably didn't. And use the word and that's why we use the word allegation. It's why you hear the word alleged so much, because if you tell, oh, they did do this or whatever, and it's not been ruled upon, you're making a statement that can be considered libelous or slanderous. If you're speaking it, slanderous. If you're writing it, it's libelous. And so that's why you always hear that alleged or allegations prefix. But it is it's generally, again, we operate under the presumption of innocence. So I'm going to assume he hasn't done it until I see that he has. I didn't even know it was I didn't even really know that it had been unearthed again. So we'll see. I'll look into it again. But they had kind of closed the case originally, saying, he probably didn't do it. So. And then he died in like, I don't know, 08, 09, something like that. I remember getting the news the morning he died. Somebody like, hey. And I was like, oh, well, that sucks for music. I remember getting that call, and I was like, yeah, that really sucks for music. Because MJ's was a brilliant musician, brilliant performer. Allegations often instantly means true nowadays. Well, it's just everything is in one way or another, I think, a lot of times. The other thing is, more of the Neverland allegations appeared more so after he passed away. Timing. That could be. But was Culkin home alone at Neverland at any point? Apparently he was with Michael Jackson. Bad joke. No, that was good. Metro always tells me to visit and share a bed. A bit weird, but when in Texas. Well, the other side of that is that, I haven't said that, but even the other side of that is at least we're both adults, right? If we're both consenting adults, that's a different story than if you're a consenting adult and a kid who doesn't understand what consent is. Innocent until yeah, exactly. I guess Culkin set up traps and never let him burglars Harry and Marv try to steal them. Culkin wasn't in Home Alone. No, he wasn't. And that's why I don't care about any Home Alone that isn't 1 or 2. 1 and 2 were great. I think 2 is the best one. I think my daughter likes 4. And I'm like, what the heck? But I guess they had, oh shoot, who was it? Malcolm McDowell in one of them, so I think it's like, that could be interesting. There are, wait for it, 6 of them. Oh my gosh. 3 onward doesn't feature Culkin at all. Yeah. There's a bunch of Home Alone me besides the 2 with Culkin. Yeah, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Yeah, the ones with Culkin I like a lot. Home Alone 3 I feel is underrated, but 1 and 2 are classics to a degree. I haven't seen any of the other ones. You'd be good watching all of the first. Yes. I've not seen 4 to 6, and they don't look appealing. And I'll have to get on the couch. There's also Weird Days at 3, and I have to get on the couch. Well, Personally, I've only watched the first one. The first one's great. I think I like the second one the best, but the second one features some actors that I am a really big fan of. An actor that I'm really a big fan of that plays a pretty big role. It's Tim Curry, and I love Tim Curry. I love Tim Curry. Everything from the Rocky Horror Picture Show to friggin' Command and Conquer, the video game where he was the Russian general, to Home Alone 2, to Legend, to Fern Gully. I mean, to Clue. Tim Curry will always be a bright spot. If I'm ever, I know he's older, I know he's had a stroke, I know he's wheelchair bound now, and it's so sad to see that. I watched an interview he did a couple of days ago. I was so happy to see that he's still incredibly sharp, but it was just like, oh man, this guy's voice is just such a huge, it will always be a bright spot. It will always be a bright spot in my day. But anyway, he makes Home Alone 2 very important to me. Rob Schneider was really fun in that too, honestly. This is a young Rob Schneider, and I think he made that fun also. Rob Schneider's not one that I was always a big fan of. I just he was kind of the Adam Sandler guy. He did a couple of them that I had seen. He was a funny guy, but I don't know. I had heard he got political recently and has been very political, but I don't know. The one in New York, yeah. The New York one's good. The traps are actually more brutal, and yeah, they are. Have you Have you heard the funny theory that Home Alone is actually a prequel to Saw? I haven't heard that. That's that would be kind of crazy, because I like the Saw movies too. I like the Saw movies because the traps are so inventive, but also the people that are trying to escape from them are so stupid. What was that one where the lady's trying to get the syringe, she puts both of her arms up in the razor bladed clear box, and it's like, what, you idiot, you could have put one up there, use the other hand to reach in and push the saw blades apart, because they're all just gyroscopic. You reach in, you pull the syringe out, you push the saw blade, and you pull. That's exactly what I would have done. Even under duress, I'm not that stupid. Tim Curry is one of my favorite actors. Same. Home Alone 2 also features, wait for it, Trump doing a cameo. Yeah, everybody's requesting his cameo be removed. I'm like, that's stupid. That, I think what you will about Trump, whatever. His delivery in Command and Culkin's definitely, character's definitely pre-Jigsaw. That's funny. Command and Conquer is incredible. He's always just holding them back from, you can tell. I'm going to the one place not infected by capitalism. Space. I love it. Oh wait, Kevin, that's a character's name. I just remember Tim Curry is in Rocky Horror. Oh, it is. It's so good. I'm not a big fan of Rob, but he was good in Home Alone. Yeah. John Kramer probably did watch Home Alone movies. Yeah. I've only seen the first Saw. I love 1 through 3. Watch 2, Viddy. That's 2. Yeah. I watched the kill counts on all the Saw movies. I'd have been dead. I've been on Dead Meat binge recently. Okay. I have seen some of those. Those are good. Those are really cool. Those are actually super cool. I'll see what other Saw movies I can see readily. Speaking of movies, Saw had a video game that was really pretty decent too. It's kind of expensive nowadays. It was for the 360 and the PlayStation 3. But it was actually pretty decent. It's not worth the $80 it goes for now, but if you can find a copy used in a bin somewhere that nobody knows, pick it up. If characters in horror were smart, we wouldn't have the movie. Well, I kind of see, I like the idea of the bad guy being that much smarter. That's the thing I like. I don't mind it when the people are kind of like the heroes can be a little dumb, or the survivors can be a little dumb. I get that. But I like it when the survivors are, that's what's horrible, right? That's what's so horrific. When the survivor is actually really smart and the bad guy was just that much smarter. That's what I really love to see. But I agree with you. Frankenstein 1931 is showing at my local cinema this morning. Should I see? Yes, go see it. It is different from the book, but go see it. It is really good. Yeah, it's really, really good. Go take a peek at that. If it's showing at your cinema, oh man, that's a once in a lifetime type of experience. That's so freaking cool. I remember the Trump cameo in Home Alone 2. Yeah, he's just walking through the hall and he asks where you find it, and Trump just gives him the directions. Like, I get it. He's the president now. You wouldn't have expected that 30 years ago. You wouldn't have expected... The question came up multiple times, but you would have expected him 30 years ago to be the president. Whether you love him or you hate him, he was in a cameo. Big whoop. He was in a cameo. There's no reason to erase that. It's big whoop. Even if Macaulay Culkin is behind it, it's a cameo. It's not going to change anything. Take him out of the movie, it's a cameo, so it doesn't change the movie. It also doesn't change Trump's notoriety, because he's the bleeding president of the United States of America. So I don't understand. I think that's just petty. I'm not the biggest Trump fan either, but at the same time, like, I think that's stupid. I don't hate Trump. I don't love Trump. I take what he does one piece at a time and judge it based on its own merit. And I gotta say, he's done a lot of things that I think are really stupid. He's done a couple of things I think are really smart. Taking him out of Home Alone 2 isn't going to change that. You saw that it got a video game? Get it? Saw? Nice. I love what Bruce Campbell said about Evil Dead. If we were smart, we would have never gone to the cabin in the first place. Yeah, Bruce Campbell. I love Bruce Campbell, though, too, because he's just he doesn't care. He's just on the nose. Don't worry, I saw what you were doing there. Bruce Campbell's very on the nose. I mean, that's kind of his... I can't do a Bruce Campbell voice, but that's kind of just his thing. Even when he was So Bruce Campbell used to kind of be the de facto narrator for Marvel video games. He was the narrator for, like, the Spider-Man games. He was, you had some little Stan Lee cameo in there, and then Bruce Campbell was the guy that told you how to do it. Your Spider-Man games from the PlayStation 1 up until the PlayStation... some of them until the PlayStation 3... I think, had Bruce Campbell as the narrator, telling you how to get through stuff, and he was always very matter of fact. He's like, "Well, if you already knew this, then," he's like, "All right, you're great." I'm thinking about getting a huge horror sleeve tattoo of multiple favorites of mine. If it's something that's important to you, and you have an artist that you think can do a good job, do it. I do not have any tattoos, nor ever will I get any, but I don't. Obviously, I mean, if you guys have seen my wife, she has plenty. I have nothing against them. I just can't do them myself. I did try once, but it did not go well, and all I have is a scar. No ink, just a scar. My local cinema is also showing other movies. Last year, I saw The Shining, first time on the big screen, and they're doing it again. They're showing, The Shining is such a good movie. To see movies like that in the cinema. The movies nowadays we see, a lot of them are just not very good. So it's like, not a lot of people remember that Trump used to be an actor. Yeah, and I mean, he's everything from a businessman to an actor to a entertainer, comedian. He's done all of these things. Not necessarily well, but he's done well. Disney films, animated, Parent Trap, etc. Yeah, yep. That's really good. That's really cool. By the way, it's a 1998 Parent Trap. Purists would say, hey, they should have chosen the 60s Parent Trap. Either way, those are both. You can't go wrong with either of those if you're looking just for a jaunty kind of fun romp through the decade. This mindset of removing things from history, even entertainment, is mental. It is. It's censoriousness that is. It's done the same way that this channel is explicitly against that type of censorship. So I can't in good conscience stand for that when I wouldn't stand for it here. Like, that's fine. Yeah, exactly. Fighting Max actually beat me to it. I just didn't see his comment. Yeah, I don't like Trump, but his cameo in Home Alone 2 should not be deleted. That would be censorship. Yeah, you're exactly right. You beat me to it, Fighting Max. You beat me to it. But you're spot on. A blooper from Toy Story 2 was also decided to be deleted, the one where Pete says to Barbie that they could audition for Toy Story 3. Yeah, they used to do the little blooper reels, which I thought were kind of adorable, honestly. Literally the same thing he's trying to do. Yeah, that's true. We should have a Trump action game made by now. There is a Trump action game made by now, but he's not the main character. He's the main character, but he's not the character you play as. I think it's called, I don't know, is it called something Mr. President? But anyway, it's an assassin trying to take him down, and you're the bodyguard that has to take the bullet before it shoots the president. It was released before he actually got shot at. So, and it kind of doesn't do it in poor taste because the objective is to stop him from getting shot. So it's kind of like, it would be in poor taste if the objective was to shoot him, I think, because that would promote assassination. But it's kind of like, no, you're a security guard. And so it's like, okay, the person who did this clearly had an opinion on him, but also did this in the best possible way that I think you could have, made a statement. It's like, I'm not encouraging anybody to shoot him, right? You're literally playing as the guy that's going to protect him from getting shot. So, okay. But you definitely could tell the opinions are negative. Trump tends to use video games as a scapegoat, so he would not approve of a game about him. Probably. He would absolutely love a game about him. Why? Because it's about him. That's equally probable, actually. I wasn't referring to TS2 bloopers as a whole blooper reel, though I wish Pixar would do those again. Just chose one joke to be deleted after the Me Too movement. That's interesting. Oh yeah, that's it. Get down, Mr. President. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Yeah. And I think that was, I think it was fun. Again, I don't think you should, as much as I don't like a lot of these people, I don't think you should shoot them. I think I said it before. I think the amount of assault they perpetrate against you should be met with an equivalent amount of defense. If what they have said are words against you, then what you can do to defend yourself are words or silence. You can do that too. If somebody actually goes and attempts to perpetrate physical violence against you, then I think it's appropriate to be physically defensive and potentially physically aggressive. If somebody shoots at you, I think it's appropriate to be able to shoot back at them to make sure you protect yourself. But I don't think that you jump magnitudes of action or defense against action. I don't think you sit there and go, okay, you said something bad, therefore I'm going to shoot you. And that's kind of where we are right now. Now, obviously, some of these policies could end up being really bad, and they could end up getting to the point of where they are actually fascistic, and they are actually, we've kind of seen some stuff creeping in where, militaries are being utilized by the government. We could see that happen more and more, which would be a martial law issue, which would warrant an action. But if it's just kind of being fought locally and they're, we're going to do this, and then you have a governor say, no, you can't do that, this is my state and the sovereignty of my state depends on you not doing that, and they're honoring that, then that's the way to have that conversation. That's the way to have that fight. I think that's what it is. I mean, that's truly what my opinion is on it. I don't like video, but I have no problem with being here. Absolutely no amount of words is equal to violence, especially with guns. I agree. I completely agree with that. Again, I think that I think you can meet violence with violence and it not be inappropriate, but I think that when you're dealing with things like, again, words, awful words, mean words, gutless words, hateful words, none of them at all warrant being shot or stabbed or killed. Brings out point of view gun. Nah, it's okay. If we had that gun, I think that would be, if that gun existed, that would be the only gun I think would be appropriate to shoot somebody with during a conversation, right? The point of view gun. It doesn't hurt anybody. It's just a gun that shows them your point of view. That would be the only, and obviously that doesn't exist, nor can it ever, but Douglas Adams, that's the only gun that could exist that I would say would be appropriate to use during a conversation, is if you are arguing with people and they're not getting it. You get them with the point of view gun from Hitchhiker's Guide, and now all of a sudden they're like, oh, maybe I need to rethink this. And then maybe they do the same. Maybe you let them do the same thing to you, and so you can look at their perspective, because I think that would be, I mean, honestly, I wouldn't be opposed to having the gun. If I'm in a heated conversation, I wouldn't be opposed to using it, but also having it used on me where it's like, okay, I see where you're coming from now. I disagree, though, here, and here, and you disagree here, and here, but we understand perfectly where the other person's coming from. I like that. Is a reference to when we were yes, yeah, plus 42. In fact, I'm pretty sure the conversation started 42 minutes ago. Wait, that's the ultimate question, and the answer is 42. The fact versus point of view thing is from My Name is Emily could not be, or from My Name is Emily could not be more fitting here, least of all that gun. Yeah, true. How old is retro? Take 30 and add 42? 72 years old. You got me. You got me. I'm not quite that old. So, yeah, I'm not quite that old, not quite 72, but in our point of view, what is 42? Is it a gun? Is it a question? Is it a gun that fires questions? Is it a gun that fires a gun that fires questions? Can a gun fire a gun? Would that be called a gun gun? Guns are the things that were in, those were the things that were in the episode 1 of Star Wars, though. You can't do that. How many roads must have... Oh, yeah. That's. I think that's a song, isn't it? Why haven't they made a gun that fires a gun? A gun that fires a gun that fires a gun that fires a gun that fires a bullet. the maximum range is like, I don't know, 18 inches. a foot and a half, or half a meter, for roughly half a meter for anybody who's more inclined towards metric. That'd be funny. Wait, 6'9". Goodness me, there's always been something wrong with the universe. A long time ago, the universe was created, and that was considered a bad move. Fine. If you have a gun, then you need to make a gun. The more guns, here's the thing: the fewer bullets and the more guns that get shot, the more. Vidi, do we really need that many guns? That's 15 guns, man. We don't need to know personal details. The gun is the weapon, no bullets needed. Oh, okay, so it's just... Well, if you've ever seen the movie Law Abiding Citizen, they do that. I really, really recommend that movie. I love it. It's Jamie Foxx and Gerard Butler. Gerard Butler's I've told this before, but I'm going to say it again. Gerard Butler is he's a father to a daughter and has a wife. They get broken in on by these two guys who are just trying to rob him, stab the wife, the daughter, and him. He survives, the wife and daughter don't. He's upset, goes and gets an attorney, and they find the people that did it, the two guys. One of the guys was gung-ho about stabbing him. The other, and was terrible, does other things too, tries to do other things. The other guy was against it, doesn't want to be there. After he sees what the more aggressive one is doing, they leave. He gets an attorney. The guy gets an attorney, heals up, goes in to try and make right, basically put these guys away so they won't hurt anybody else. The more aggressive guy strikes a plea deal to put the other guy away forever, and then he would serve 5 years. Now this dad, who's lost his wife and daughter, it goes to try and show how corrupt the legal system is. And it's, oh my goodness, it's a good movie. But my point was, he uses a gun in it, and the gun is the weapon. No bullets are fired from it. The gun is the weapon. Along with a healthy dose of tetrodotoxin, which is a real thing, by the way. I wasn't making that. Is it comparable to a bayonet? I mean, it could be. It's a sharp gun. I brought the 3 things typing thing back again. What the heck is going on with that? Have you made clones of yourself from different timelines, all of which are posting at this point in time? I was actually watching Shadow of the Colossus streams in the background where that joke started. Oh, nice. Oh, hey, I'm glad. I hope those were fun streams. I have to ask. I'm going to ask that in a second here. So give me 1 second, and then I need to jump to the game because we've been talking for 2 hours, which is great, but still. Are you the 69th Doctor? I'll explain. Retro, did you watch my recommendation from last stream? I didn't look that up at all. I'm just gonna be straightforward with you. So someone in the chat typed something up at the end of his Shadow of the Colossus stream, except for some reason it showed up 3 times, and then we all started typing things 3 times. Retro, I thought it was weird a little bit. Yeah, I thought something had gone wrong. I thought everything was automatically that way. So quick question, just for the 3 of you that are here for now. What of all of the streams that we've done so far, truly, what are your favorites? What is your favorite stream for each of you, right? What is your favorite? Do you have a favorite? Is there a favorite? Is just a favorite series, a favorite episode, a favorite game? I'd really like to know, and I'd like to know why, if you know. But if you don't, if you're like, I don't really have a favorite, just kind of drop in to talk, that's fine too. But I would like to know, and I'd like to know why it's your favorite too, because I want to know what taps into that. I want to know what taps into that that part for you. What is it you have had the most fun, or you go back and you listen to? Is something about that stream relaxing? A Hat in Time, hands down. Okay, all right. Hat in Time was really fun. I actually had a lot of fun. I wasn't very good, honestly. I mean, I passed it, but I had a lot of fun with it, but I wasn't very good at it. But I appreciate that. I really like that. It's good. One of my favorites was when you played Halo with your friends. That one is pretty fun. I would love to do that again, honestly. They're really good guys. I'd love to do that. I remember let's see, I remember the most when Ash said on a KOTOR 2 stream back then that I have not seen the Game of Thrones. Not enough incest. Well, that's true. Introduced me to one of my favorite games of all time. Was able to help you through it when you were a huge help in that, and I very much appreciate it. I had a lot of fun playing it. I truly did. Man, I remember when you streamed A Hat in Time, you mysteriously got about 12 new viewers on the regular, and then they vanished. That's all right. That's all right. It's sometimes, I mean, that's what happens. People just come into what's interesting to them, and then they go when something else isn't. I'm okay with it. That's the whole purpose. The whole purpose of the channel is just to be the place where you come in when you're comfortable. When you're not, when you're like, Star Wars isn't really my bag. I'm more of an indie game. That's fine. I'm cool with it. A Hat in Time was a fun stream. Okay. I like the streams you do with Anna, the Jackbox kind of ones. Yeah, I like getting to stream with her too. We've reset this office up, but I'd really like to have a little area where she can come in here and be with me, because it's always fun to get to play games with her. The Jackbox is fun. Yeah, I like doing the Jackbox games. We like doing the Pictionary. The Wario Game and Wario Pictionary is really good. That's one of our favorites, and we like to do so. There's there's plenty of room in here, so I just need to just do stuff. That's why we're paid the mod dollar. My favorite stream was, the 42nd one. Which one was that? Douglas Adams. Ended up being as our own stream. What a weirdo. No, it's just, there are games that we can't play together. When the thing about it is couch co-op has become so difficult nowadays to find. You have a couple of them, right? You have Split Fiction, and you have what's the other one? I can't remember what it was, but anyway, we played it on the channel. Oh, It Takes Two. There we go. But there are a lot of games. It's really difficult to find a good, fun co-op game. It's really difficult to do that. So it was just kind of us playing the same games over and over. And as much as we enjoyed doing that, it was also one of those things where we wanted everybody else to have fun, and we wanted to be able to branch off and play games that we enjoyed. Like, she really loves the Supermassive games like Until Dawn and The Devil in Me, and I really enjoy Star Wars and The Witcher, so we can't play those together, or if we do, it's one person kind of playing and then the other person kind of being like, enjoying our own time. Okay, whatever. Why does adulthood mean less couch gaming these days? Least of all where my life is concerned. Yeah. I feel bad because the last few days I've gone to Anna's stream to say hello. It's always when you're also streaming. Oh, it's all right. You're always, you can always go over there. You can always come over here. It's not personal. There's no obligation. It's one of the things. There's never an obligation. You want to go to her stream, you want to come to my stream, you just don't want to be on the internet? Fine. No problem. due to us being secret lovers, I'm obviously going to pick you, right? No, I think she loves... I mean, I love when you come over to my stream. I know she loves getting to hear hi from you also, so... But just, yeah, whatever's comfortable. And then my stream usually this morning is an exception because I woke up and I'm having trouble falling back asleep. Yeah, I hope you do get some rest too, Viddy. I know that you're normally up here in about an hour or two, so I do hope that alleviates itself a little bit for you. But I think I will go ahead and switch over to the game now. I really appreciate you guys, by the way. I really appreciate you guys for sharing with me your favorites. I know that some from me, real quick, I guess before I do it. In fact, I paid for Retro Room ASMR. I better be asleep in a few minutes. Or who else? Well, you can put your headphones on, and I can talk into the microphone. I don't know about ASMR like the tap stuff, but I can talk into the microphone. Hopefully, my voice will be soothing enough to help lull you back into a bit of a sleep for a few hours. I know some of my favorites, some of the favorites of the friends, the ones that I played Halo with. In fact, I think that is kind of the most popular one among the friends of mine. Andreas, Fuzz is my brother, by the way, and then Aaron. I think that's their favorite. I swear we must have talked about the philosophy of bollocks at one point. Maybe. Maybe so. Whatever's comfortable since my swollen massive a few months back, nothing is comfortable. Yeah. I can't even imagine. I'm super sorry that even happened to you. No, I was saying, I know one of the... I don't think I've gotten all of them to do it. I know Aaron has said his favorite stream series from me so far is the Oblivion stream series. I guess he falls asleep to them because I guess they were very soothing to him. Apparently my voice mixed in with the absolutely gorgeous music of Jeremy Soule. And of course remembering that the day that I picked the game up back in 2006 and said, hey, come over and check this new game out, that was a fun one. So I still get PTSD from my Bullock battle. Yeah, I mean, I can imagine. It's a factor point of view. Oblivion was a good stream. So, I appreciate it. I think he said that his favorite though because he falls asleep to it. So I don't know if I take that as I'm always falling asleep to listen to this boring. No, it's the thing. I don't mind that either. To me, falling asleep to it isn't an insult. I mean, you could tell me, oh, it's so boring, I fell asleep, but then I'd sit there and go, okay, but you could have clicked off and gone to something more entertaining, and you stayed on until you fell asleep. So odds to me are that it's instead more soothing, and I take that as a high compliment. I think that if it's soothing enough for you to fall asleep to, do it. Fall asleep. I'm flattered, truly. But I can't. The games sometimes can get loud, so I can't. I won't tell you that I can't tell you that I can prevent that from happening. I don't know what the games are going to be like, but. But yeah. Wait, Retro Room is boring? How come I'm not falling asleep? Well, you are engaged. I mean, definitely. You're talking with us on this, and so that engagement probably does some. This is blue light. If you're typing, and maybe the blue light's keeping you awake. Not alive. Goodness, I'm so sorry. I meant awake. Yeah, I think Oblivion got one. I think for me, obviously, I'm going to say my favorite is KOTOR, just because KOTOR is my favorite game. And I got to talk with all of you and have fun, but I also got to play KOTOR, right? So it's kind of like, that. There's no losing on that for me. And then, yeah, I think my brother's favorite video is the Halo one, and I believe Andreas's also. I believe Andreas's is also the Halo one, so. And so now we have a vote for A Hat in Time, which was great, so I'm happy about this. Boredom is a subjective state, nothing objective about it. True. I can see a white light. Where am I going? Satan, is that you? It reminds me of the professor from Futurama, and he's building something. I can't remember exactly what he's doing, but he's yelling at the, God, and then eventually, Satan, come on, you owe me. And it's like, Oh, back when Futurama was so much fun. Retro won't stream it. That's not true. That's not true at all. We used to have, fun fact, I'm going to dig this relic up, which was cool. We used to have a little podcast segment where we talked about recent gaming news and what people were playing. Ash and I actually did do that together, and it was a lot of fun, and I very much enjoyed it. But we haven't done that in a while because schedules just haven't aligned, and life and all that kind of happens. But the minute you get some time again, we'll make it happen. Godfellas episode with Bender, that might be it. No, I don't think it was that one. It's the one where again it's the professor, and he's Farnsworth, and he's doing stuff, and then stuff it's like things are going awry, and he's praying, oh Zeus. It starts like Zeus, Poseidon, God, and then more stuff goes wrong, and then it's Satan, come on, you owe me, and it's like it's funny. I remember when I remember when I ranted about Cyber Shadow. I genuinely think it was on meth because I love that game. Cyber Shadow is such a fun game. It's such an underrated game too. If you do things right, people won't be sure you've done anything at all. Yeah, that's true. That's that one I remember. That's the God one. Not every rant is a negative one. I've always tried to get Vidya to join us, but he hates me. Understandable. Oh, it's a Farnsworth thing. Yeah, it's Farnsworth. I love that quote. Yeah. It's, yeah, I was going to say, no, Cyber Shadow. I mean, it was such a good game. And I think equal rants could be gone on about things like Shovel Knight and, again, these 2D games that they're coming out with that are from indie studios that are half the price or a third of the price of a full-priced game, but the experience is so much better. The control schemes are better, the artwork is fantastic, the gameplay is great, the length is appropriate. It's all just I think it kind of lays bare. Again, thinking of Dispatch, $30 game, it's 8 episodes long, and yet it's still going to be probably a contender for one of the better and more fondly remembered games. Just because they put more love into it and more care about the source material. So, had the universe. I do think it might have been the one where he was chasing Pazuzu, but I can't remember. Pazuzu's the name of the gargoyle, by the way. Again, these are from the original run of Futurama that I've seen more than the later stuff. Yeah, I think it's Pazuzu the Gargoyle. I think it's that one, which I believe the Pazuzu Gargoyle one is the Fountain of Aging that they have to find. The length is appropriate. The length is appropriate. I mean, in terms of the game isn't over in an hour. You're not spending 30... I know a lot of people... You and I have talked about this, where it's like, the length of the game shouldn't matter. Why people want 80, 100, whatever. It's kind of the same way as... For me, I think it's kind of the same way that it works for a buffet or a food. A dish that you're going to eat is you want... If you're going to spend $30, you want to have leftovers, right? And the leftovers may not be perfect, but they're going to be good, and they're going to sustain you. They're going to feel good, and they're not going to be just they're not just going to be to fill a random void. They're going to serve a purpose, and they're going to be. So I don't care if a game is 100 hours long, but if I spend $60 on a game that takes me an hour to get through, I am going to be very disappointed, because that hour has to be... You have this kind of graph of how good the game is versus how long the game is. If the game is really long but not very good, then the game is not very good. If the game is really short, but pretty good, the amount of good that it has to be to make that 1 hour worth the $60 is huge. So it's got to kind of be this nice little... It's got to be just long enough to not overstay its welcome, but to get what it needs to get done, and it needs to be good enough to make sure that all of the time that you're spending feels like it was spent well. And again, Witcher's a super long game, but it doesn't overstay its... At least to me, it doesn't overstay its welcome. The side quests are all fun, and several of them are references to things that didn't get resolved in the books that we now get to resolve outside of the books. Or they have something to do with picking up a really nice weapon, but you don't need the weapon. You don't have to grind. Stuff like that. I just don't. Winston Churchill in 2012. Several years after his death, he all of a sudden just had this random issue. Is it not? I thought you spelled bollocks was a non-issue. Fountain of aging. Yeah. That's what I was thinking. I paid retro to make me age younger. It's not worked. I just don't understand it. Why are women treated equally by some? Vidi 2027. You're expecting in a year and a half's time ish. Not even a year and a half. Year and a quarter's time. He's going to be all upset about suffrage. I really know whether a fact is a point of view or not. Vidi 2157. 131 and a bit years from now? Good lord. That would put you in the 160s, Vidi. That would mean you were in your 160s, age-wise. Did I say this? Max, 2042. Interestingly enough, that would put you in... Sheesh, that's crazy to me. 2042, you'll still be young. Man. Fighting Max, look upon yourself and this quote and realize your age in that year and you will still be young. That's such an awesome thing. I lived to a very old age. 6 feet under told me so. Nice. Put some shorts on. Put some shorts on. I knew I could hear galloping. Good lord. I'll be dead by then. You know, it'd be really cool if I weren't. But you know, I shouldn't have posted a social media post that got me canceled. Vidi 2671. That's now you're half a century old. Imagine living to almost 2700, being born in 19 something. And being born in the 1900s and living to the 2700s. How cool would that be? I would love it. Again, I would love to exist indefinitely. I guess technically I do, but generally it's not that indefinitely. It's not that long, you know? So I would very much think that to be a cool thing. That's something I would very much enjoy. I'll be about 36 or 37, but yeah, you will still be young. That is awesome. That's 36 or 37. That's not that's not bad at all. So, and my question will still be relevant. True, very true. All right, let me move things over. Okay. Cool. Sorry about that. Turning 37 soon. You should all come to Australia early November. I'm assuming you all should come to Australia by early November. I mean, I would love to, honestly. It's that's what I was wondering. Hey, get back here. We're not done. We rather have on a first date. You all better come. I would be really nice. I would love to. Instructions unclear. I'm in Austria. That's very efficient there. No, I think that would be wonderful. I would love to be able to visit. I'd love to be able to visit Australia, or to get to visit you for your 37th birthday. I think that would be very, very nice. Still young, Vidi. Still young. Whoops. I bumped the mic. I always do that. It's one per stream. I'm gonna bump the mic stand until I get used to this mic stand. Good lord. Oh dear, I wrote down Austria in the invitation. It's not Australia. Okay, so when we last left, that's I love the way that was phrased. Fighting Max. Instructions unclear. : I'm in Austria. This is what happened. This is where I am. We're done. This is well done. November is short notice, Viddy. How about tomorrow? Well, that would be shorter notice. Okay, when we last left off, we found that we are, as you probably noticed, the red in the background, we are embracing the dark side of the Force. We were so angered and upset by Bode and his betrayal that we have embraced the dark side, and it is incredibly effective at taking out the enemies that we otherwise have had trouble with up until this point, and we are currently still chasing, albeit slowly, because he's rubber banded to us. We're get back to the Mantis. Chasing Bode. We did also change our lightsaber color, because that is what purple means, is the embracing part of embracing the dark side.
Baron! Cal! Why are you here?
Why do you think? I'm rescuing you!
Well, how the heck do I get over there? Okay. We'll go ahead and use the dark side. He grabbed me. Does that still count in the dark side? It does, but I don't take as much damage, so that's good. Yeah, Retro chose purple because it's my favorite color. But what truly is the dark side? Wait, the guy talking himself playing a game? Yeah. Hold on. Dark side gives good hugs. No wonder so many people embrace it. Oh, that would be. The dark side is good though. It's fine. My actual birthday has a problem. It's on this long weekend in Melbourne, Australia, centered on the Melbourne Cup. So a party with my family usually has to be delayed, and you know what? That's completely fine. Aside that you can't see well. Yeah, that's as simple as it is. Retro chose purple because it's my favorite color. You people weren't quick enough to vote on a lightsaber color. Partially purple. Purple is also my favorite color, but it's also the canonical color of those who embrace the light side and the dark side. It's the combination of the blue and the red from the evil. Mace Windu, is that you? Doesn't look anything like Mace. Come on. Why can we see Cal's cheeks so clearly in that outfit? What cheek? Oh, well, I don't. I'm assuming you're not talking about his face. Stellar cheeks, jolly good. Retro better sing Jumpin' Jack Flash. I don't even know how to do it to the normal one. Oh, I shouldn't have killed the K unit. I have this neat little twisty turn move, and I think I'm fighting wave on wave on wave. Okay, this is fine. And you'll see about how quick that all goes away. And I can do dark side again. I guess my dark side is refilling very quickly. I'm very angry apparently. Oh, it's a K unit. Dang it! I should have used that on him. The thing that we saw with the thing that we saw with the dark side piece of it is literally just that he's using anger from being betrayed, which is appropriate.
You okay?
Yes. Let's get out of here.
He's using his anger from being betrayed, which I think is appropriate on taking out the enemies that are kind of creating an obstacle. That stutter was in the game, stutter. I imagine following the melody Star Wars, I was born in a crossfire hurricane. Embrace the dark. It's what I said to myself when I walked into a bar the first day.
You don't stand a chance.
Okay, these things do... If you don't have a dark side something, these things are awful. Still left 2 of them, which is terrible, but I have a lot of dark side.
Where's Boat?
They're gone. He took his daughter and the compass. He is a distraction.
The ellipsis was meant to replicate the rhythm of the theme as much as possible. I need to see the...
Damn you!
How did he get his clothes back? Aren't I wearing his uniform?
Do it! Do it! Rather you than Lord Vader.
Who is this?
He sent Bode after our team. My crew. Cordova.
So there's a force power that you don't get to see here, but it's called Force Crush.
Cal! This is what Boat wants.
Darkside users can actually use it to splinter every bone in your body. Very, very cool.
Has taken enough from us. I will not lose you too.
And I feel like that's what they're using, what he's using here, because you can hear this kind of... It doesn't sound like the throat. It sounded like his bones were being crushed.
You won't.
I'd better not.
See you on the Mantis.
That's what you get. A KKK. No, not a KKK unit. It's a KX unit or K2SO. K2 unit. Did you hug? How about a Goron hug? Y'all should normalize bro hugs. Normalize gay hugs, lads. Hands down. No, not hands down. Hands where I can see them retro. Nothing like giving a big hug to the homies. Something is awful if we don't have a dark side. Wait, something is awful if we don't have a dark side. The Philosophy Man. Kiss him goodnight, too. What is going on here? Is something close to the goodness me, the party went wrong fast. Yeah, we took this guy, we were supposed to have stolen his uniform. So I guess he decided, he woke up, got changed, and then decided to grab another uniform. It's the only thing I can guess. As far as the bro hug thing, I'm okay. If I don't have any problem with people that do like it, I don't like to be. I'm real weird. I don't like to be touched very much. That's the personal preference, personal being weird. Nothing against anybody. Nothing against bro hugs or anything. I have to really know the person, and everything has to go really well for me to be like, oh yeah. If you're talking about something awful, if not having a dark side, the answer is kind of. That's Union a little bit, right? The utility of the shadow and knowing how to be dangerous without being inappropriately threatening. So that would be, that is kind of the Carl Jung, the most basic of the Carl Jung philosophies. Multifold reflections and repulsing burst. They are both 2 points, I believe. Yeah. Everything will be 2 points from here. So let's do multifold reflections first. Yeah, that'll help. Okay. Again, those are the ones we're going to max out, so. And then we're going to save. I always get arrested though. Bunch of fun ruiners. Oh, it was disguised, not one of those parties where you have a bad hangover from. Gotcha, I think. I hugged Retro from behind when I met him, and he called me an English freak. It never happened. Never happened. Again, I don't have any problem with the concept of it. I don't personally like to be. Again, it's me.
Ice. Reminds me of Ilum.
A
lot, huh?
It's weird. I know it. It's a weird preference, but it is.
Are you all right?
It is my preference.
I think so.
What was that?
A squish and exchange love hugs online, actually.
If you feel
And that is all I say about that parasocial connection. Also, I wouldn't be surprised if many of you don't know what a squish is. A squish is when you sit down too fast. Okay. Not that sort of a squish, but still good one. What is a squish?
BD looks ready to head out.
That's her way of telling me she wants to leave.
Oh, finally, I was worried sick. Wait, don't tell me. He was fighting the entire base, wasn't he?
You are right.
Okay, Cal. We got no boat. We got no compass. Now tell me the truth, I can take it. We lost, haven't we?
One compass remains. If you are hearing this, you know where I've left it. But if the compass is gone, do not despair.
What's this?
This isn't just the last.
Did you fall over?
There is another way to reach Tanalor. Activate the arrays and align them to the coordinates embedded in this message.
Okay. So we have the idea behind this, for anybody who's just kind of jumping into this part of it. We have already lost Seer Junda, our teacher of many years, to Vader. We have been trying to get to Tanalor.
Using a tiny tunnel carved out by 200-year-old tech.
We've been trying to get into a...
All right, I'm in.
I like Grease. We've been trying to get into this place called Tanalor, which has been interesting to say the least. And then we have been trying to... we found out that Bode was a traitor and had indeed, of course, betrayed us because he wants to protect his daughter, which I understand and completely would do also if it were legitimately the only way to protect my daughter. And I don't want to be a traitor in any circumstance that doesn't absolutely merit it, but yeah. I'm retro squish. Wait, what? A squish is a crush, but it's for friends, not romance. I connected with someone online who is my squish. In fact, we haven't chatted for a while because Retro's time zones are all wrong. Probably so. So I'm Retro Squish, got it. You actually could be, Ash. Grease, she said Retro. I'm gonna go. Wait, you sing that? I don't know that I know the whole words to the Summer Lovin' song, honestly. Anna would know them. I know that. I don't think I know. She knows. She's a lot better than I am at literally everything. Let me take a look. I want to make sure. See if I've picked up any other pieces. We are using, I think, modified DL44, a modified DL44 blaster. Again, that's the Han Solo one. Take a look at my lightsaber real quick. I had gotten some additional paints, I think, for it. Inquisitor paints, I think. Yeah, I had gotten additional Inquisitor paints. I kind of like the way the Greel wood looks on the thing. But I do wonder what the... I kind of wonder what the Greel wood might look like if I decided to paint it. Yeah, I kind of like the way that looks, honestly. So Greel wood, but Inquisitor white. Look at that. It's in that. That's kind of really nice, honestly. I don't like that blue though.
That's the weight balance.
It's not going to be balanced, Cal. Your pommel is right of center, so it's going to be unbalanced. Because Retro and this squish share a similar time zone. Oh, okay, I see. Why are my time zones at fault? Yeah, that's why. I'm glad I don't know all these new words. Each to their own. Yeah, I don't know. The nomenclature eludes me also, but let me come back real quick. I need to take a look. So I really like. You have all of these really cool customizations, right? I'm gonna go back to the one I had, which was persistence, but I want to go to. There we are. And my accents, I think, are bronzium, which are nice. What are my accents? Chromium. Honestly, I don't mind the chromium. I think that looks nice. Okay, so we'll do that. And then, of course, we keep it in pristine condition. We could make it ancient. That's just ugly. Yeah, we keep it perfectly. We keep it in pristine. We're like Dooku. We keep it in perfect condition. And then blade colors, we have all of the colors except for whenever you pass the game, you do get red and you do get rainbow, I think. Is the other one. We're going to keep a nice purple. They have a nice kind of cyan too, but I think we're going to keep the nice dark purple.
Let's see how it handles.
I would probably have done red if I got the chance. We're also probably not going to stay wearing this this ISB uniform. Why is it when I'm awake you're usually asleep and vice versa? Because we live on different sides of the equator, good sir. That is the way the equator works, sadly. If you... This is where the flat earther thing, to me, kind of falls apart. And for anybody who is a flat earther, no offense, this is just my opinion, but when you're on something like an oblate spheroid, as I believe we are, the equator and time zones and the way that they work seems to make much more sense than, to me, it would if you were on a flat disk.
How can we be sure this
Philosophically speaking, it was determined how Earth's orbit, etc., and time zones work. Fascinating.
start up some arrays, whatever those are?
Retro would rather the lightsabers were sentient so he could talk Star Wars all day long. I like the light. I think the lightsabers are really cool, and we have already invented them for real on the planet, or we haven't. Hacksmith has done it. And I actually found a thing a couple of days ago that I had sent off to another friend of mine who's also very big into Star Wars about vibroblades, which are the blades in KOTOR. They're swords that basically have small subsonic pulses and vibrations,
Get up here.
which make it easier to cut through something, offer less resistance. And they just made a kitchen knife vibroblade, which is exactly the same thing. Which I think is really, really interesting that Star Wars has invented all of these things 20, 30, 40 years prior that we are actually seeing practically today, used practically or being put into practical scenarios today. Okay, so we've changed into our hermit clothes. The hermit clothes, by the way, are based on Kenobi. These are the pre-order bonus you got was Kenobi style, these Kenobi style clothes, and then there were also his lightsaber from episode 1, the DL-44 blaster, etc., etc. So, fun philosophy fact: it was considered the first Earth. Was it? It was at first. It was considered at first that Earth was the center, not the sun. That's true. I believe it was Galileo Galilei that actually. I think he was the one that was persecuted for posing the other. I believe he might have actually been imprisoned or put to death because he stated that the Earth was not the center, that it was instead the sun. I think he was in trouble because of that. So the inquiry of philosophy, the search for truth, led to the sun being called the center of the solar system. Yes, I think Galileo was the one that said, no, it's the sun is the center, and I think he got into... He may have been imprisoned or killed for that, but he was certainly ridiculed at very least. Oh, pet the... Come on. Pet the little guy. Look at him.
Guy.
Look at him. He's so happy. Little cute thing. Alright, now we're going to jump on this one. I'm going to jump on my own chocobo. These are not chocobos, by the way. Didn't mean to do that. Sorry. You got on the other side of the gate, right? Okay. I need to see where we're going. Can I hold the map real quick? We're just... it looks like we're kind of going deep into the... I don't know. I think we're going generally the right direction, so we'll keep going that way. Philosopher's getting into trouble. Socrates did too. Hey, chocobos are back. Wait, this isn't Final Fantasy. No, these little things aren't chocobos, but they're pretty cute nonetheless, aren't they? Alright, let's see if I can figure out... Oh, I guess we're just going the wrong way now. That was my fault. Look, what a beautiful place it would be to live on a planet that had... And I know Earth does, right? We're never a single... Star Wars is a lot of times, not all the time, but a lot of times is a single biome. They're a single biome per planet. That's not the case with Earth. We have places that kind of look like this, but it's like, I'm going to pretend they're chocobos. You cannot tell me otherwise. They're very close. I mean, they look very, very close. So, I can understand that. I have to figure out... I kind of need to go... here, I guess. And then there is a... some sort of blockade, barricade, or otherwise that's supposed to have been over here, I guess. And we have more of these things too, so we're fine. And then it says 81 meters. I think it's below me 81 meters. Or it's in the center of this rock. I wonder if I go into this... I didn't go into this little door. Let's go in this little door over here.
You got it.
Lot of them chatter on the comms, kid. How you doing?
Just reached the control center. I'll let you know if I run into any trouble.
Okay, so I guess that was... Again, pathing is a little difficult, but it's alright.
The director of this experimental facility. Safety protocols require one person to remain here while the arrays are active.
Breeze, unless one of us is gonna stay behind, we need someone here to activate the arrays.
Oh, yeah, sure. I'll ask around. See if anyone's got a death wish. Maybe Turtle?
Maybe not Turgle.
Everybody automatically just doesn't like Turgle. I think everybody actually likes Turgle, but in the universe, it's Richard Horowitz again. For anybody who's unfamiliar, Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy, he's Billy. So there's a place also in this which one of these days I will play Star Wars Outlaws fully. I did do a full Grease, not Grease. You better still sing the song though.
Let's go.
I don't know if I know. I know the summer. I know the part that you put out there, but I don't know that I know the Summer Lovin' song. Okay. There's a part in the. I mean, I know where it comes from. I just don't know the lyrics. But there's a part in Outlaws that kind of looks like. Eventually, again, I'll play Outlaws. I did a first impression.
Purge troopers. What are they doing here?
Okay. Well. I did a first impressions of Outlaws, which I thought was pretty good. A lot of people were giving I was kind of hoping not to engage this one yet. I'm glad that they're not both engaging at the same time. I was going to say... Hold on, I have to... Well, you're not doing real well. I would imagine that this is a decent challenge already. Didn't you just literally say I was inhuman? Also, I killed you. There we go. Oh, if you saw some time ago on my Discord, the My Name is Emily tribute I did to the song, the lyrics may come back to you. I'd have to take a look at that. Yeah. Outlaws was a fun retro room stream series event. Dang, it's kind of hard to choose favorites. Well, that's all right. I wanted to show, basically what I had wanted to do originally was to show off that it was... Hold on. I gotta get rid of the flame troopers first. There we go.
Final flame trooper down. Fight me, traitor. Barely a scratch.
1 second, these things are tough.
Your aim is off.
Okay.
Not run forever.
I can. The Outlaws thing, I think a lot of people were kind of giving it a bad reputation because of, I think it launched in a state very different from the state that we played it in here. But I think there was a lot of TLC that did go into it. I mean, I have my complaints. The main character does have a tendency to be a little bit too one-dimensional, credits or nothing else exists. And she's gotten onto a lot of times. There's a lot of replacement in a lot of these. In a lot of cases, there's a lot of places where they kind of replaced it with all of the guys are bad, and all of the ladies are kind of good, or at least have the potential. And it's kind of like, all right, I see some of that. It's fine. I don't have that big of a problem with it. But then. And you get rid of these sentry droids, firstly. Okay, that one should blow up right in the middle. Come on. There we go. That's what I wanted. Oh, the grenade deployed quicker than it was supposed to have. Wait, what the heck? Where did these other guys come from? What happened? Yeah, anyway, I think a lot of people were kind of giving it a bad reputation because of some politicking, this is and that's, and there are some elements of that, but honestly, overall, I think it's quite fun. And I do think that there was some TLC that they've put into it from a Star Wars fan's perspective. Again, in this game, which I think that was a labor of love to a lot of extents also, there are elements where, again, the Arabesh isn't even spelled right. It's not even spelled. There's stuff that's not spelled correctly, or it doesn't say anything. And I think in I think in a lot of the stuff that they did, like again, they would have full menus that were written out that are really well done. So I think that I think they did have people that enjoyed it. I think they also had people that were trying to I think they also had people on it that were trying to get political messages across, but I don't think that was the majority. There we go.
They were waiting for us. Maybe Bode
Okay.
when we were coming.
I'm going to try and get some sleep. Retro in chat. Maybe see Frankenstein later. May the Force be with you. And the answer is 42. I like that. I like that. This is that's May the Force be with you is the Jedi. I'll give you the Sith version, which I like even better. May the Force serve you well.
I work with many talented scientists,
None as talented as you, Centauri.
and yet we've reached an impasse. Perhaps you will bring me some much-needed luck.
Okay, they closed that all up, so there's nothing I can do, but I can open this up. We have all of this really cool looking... I love the way that this little black rock thing looks. Very, very cool.
Promising. Not bad for an abandoned facility.
Let's see what happens here. Can we get some line up? There we go.
Online. Now we just have to activate them.
We can do that.
Kree must have locked down the facility when they evacuated. That's not going to stop us.
Our purpose is to study the abyss and what we call Kobo matter. Using wave technology, we've had some success in dispelling Kobo matter, allowing us to probe deeper into the abyss. What awaits us within the Kobo abyss? Join me, and we will work to discover it together. Proceed to the observation deck to initiate alignment.
You gotta hand it to Kree. She thought of everything.
And Centauri Kree is a really... She's one of those characters that came across as being pretty pure, which I think is nice. Now, of course, I do like Cal. Now, it looks like I have... The bottom part of my thing looks very textured. I pull this off of my ear. And, okay, so now I need to... activate this.
Can't use this lift yet.
Okay. Do I need to hit the button on this again to activate a different relay? I guess so. So the idea behind Tanalorr is Tanalorr was supposed to be a place where the Jedi could basically retreat to. Alright, Z. Where they could retreat to after the events of Episode 3.
That's a long trip. Couldn't have been easy.
I might be 200 years old, but I'm as spry as a Padawan. Amazing. Oh, Cal, this is simply amazing.
Can you start the arrays when we're in position?
Oh, I stand ready for your order. It would be my honor to see Master Kree's dream alive once more.
We're your masters.
All right, so now we have the. Now I think we can use the lift. Yeah, we can. There we go. So the idea is that this takes place again between episodes 3 and 4.
Time to head back to the Mantis, buddy.
We still have
Through the abyss.
we still have
Thrilled about it either.
Jedi that are
The only way we're getting to
being hunted down by Darth Vader, as we saw evidence of earlier with Vader versus Seer Junda. And we also have a lot of evidence that there are no real safe places in the galaxy. Think about Sidious. And if you've not seen it, his ability to interact even within the world between worlds, which is this kind of space in the Force which is outside of time. And he can even see into that, which is very, 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 very powerful. So this is this place where, supposedly, it's completely shielded from... It's completely shielded from the prying eyes of the Force. And, I mean, even from the prying eyes of someone like Sidious, which is really neat. Also, I said I keep pristine shape of my... Or keep pristine... take care and keep my saber in pristine condition because that is... I said like Dooku because Dooku was probably the greatest duelist in modern time. Greatest duelist, Sidious was good. A lot of times people say Sidious was the best because he was supposed to be a master of all 7 forms. Truth be told, Dooku was probably even better than he was as a duelist. Let's go ahead and rest, and then we'll go ahead and fast travel back to the Mantis. There we go. But in truth, Dooku was probably actually a better duelist than even Sidious was, especially when using his form Makashi, Form 2, which was a form dedicated to taking care of saber combat. It was good against blasters, but it was very good against other sabers.
We gotta go somewhere.
Yeah, we're gonna go right, if I can get it here, Tanalorr. Dooku believed in keeping perfect care, or taking perfect care of his weapon, keeping a very, he was not a Darksider in the traditional way that a Darksider might be. He was someone who was actually doing what he was doing for the betterment of the galaxy and for the betterment of his political party, which was the CIS, the Confederacy of Independent Systems. It was very, very important to him that he used the dark side as a tool, and his saber skills show this much. If you take a look into Episode 2, he's fighting against Yoda, and he's pulling, he's testing himself with the Force, testing Yoda with the Force. Once that's done, they go into the saber duel. He actually salutes, which is him bringing the saber up against his face. He actually salutes Yoda, which is a sign of respect, even though he's on the dark side. He salutes Yoda, and he keeps up with Yoda, too, which only Sidious had been able to do otherwise. Which I think is cool. Interact with holotable. Oh, okay.
Cal, is it time?
We're heading to the Abyss now. Fire up the arrays.
I'll be monitoring your progress from here. May the Force be with you all.
All right. But yeah, so Dooku was in a lot of ways one of the most powerful there were also. I highly encourage, if you're interested in Dooku, there is a book called Dooku, Jedi Lost, written by Cavan Scott. I highly recommend that. If you're not interested in reading, but you're interested in seeing what younger Dooku was, go and, if you have Disney Plus, or heck, I don't care if you want to torrent it. It doesn't bother me either way.
Dagan Gera was the only person.
I recommend you buying it, but if it's not available for you to buy, I'm not keen on perpetual subscription services, especially considering that they just raised the price again. So it's $18.99, $19 a month. But at any rate, my point is, go and take a look at
I know. You want to fly?
Tales of the Jedi. Good lord. 3 episodes are Ahsoka, 3 episodes are Dooku. Have you tried this in performance mode? I don't think I have. Why is it causing issues on your end, or?
It's beautiful.
Oh, yeah. I'll bet that's what all the other poor saps said right before they were torn into Vortex Chow. Now it's an obstacle course.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I haven't tried it in performance mode. I mean, currently, again, we have it in quality mode just to get 30 frames with the greatest graphical fidelity. And the reason I kind of opted to do... I always put everything in performance, so it's just... the reason I have it in quality mode, for me, is that this is a cinematic experience. And if you prefer it, but for me, it's frame rate's not a big...
You're right. It's my ship, ain't it? Greasy does it, baby!
Nice. I like that. For me, it's not a big thing on the frame rate. It's more about the quality of things, because frame rate for your average 4K cinematic is only 24 frames a second, right? When you go to the cinema to watch a movie, most of the time it's going to be 24 frames a second. So in this case, I thought this being a cinematic experience, 30 frames at 4K is probably fine. But if you, again, if you guys prefer higher frame rate, I don't mind it. It doesn't bother me.
We need to go faster.
I'm going as fast as I can. Wait a minute. Are you crazy? If you jump into hyperspace blind, they'll be picking up pieces of the Mantis all over the outer rim.
Do you trust me?
You know I do, Cal. Let her ride.
We were playing this on the Series X too, so I was sitting there going, if the Series X can't handle it, come on. I don't have a PS5 Pro. I have PS5s, but I don't have a PS5 Pro, so... I don't care at all. I definitely prefer 60 for myself, but I don't mind who does what for themselves.
Three-armed son of a gun dart.
Well, at least none of us lost our cool.
I like Grease. Yeah, 60 does. I mean, 60 is fine. Like I said, with mine, I like the sim game actually run worse on Pro. That's probably true. This one seemed to run pretty well on quality. But it does have a couple of lags here and there, which are just a part of the game, which is weird. But it seems to be doing okay. All right. Yeah, I was taking a look at what is the feedback. Yeah, I don't know. Do they have a comprehensive... I'm just curious. Do they have a comprehensive list on what runs better and what runs worse? Let's go ahead and save the game. Do they have a comprehensive list on what runs better and what runs worse in various modes? Because I know, like, in the Does It Play, there's a comprehensive list of what games are and aren't on the disc. So I didn't know if that was probably something similar, if there was something similar to that on what comprehensively worked well in one mode or the other. But we tried to run this one in 60 frames originally, and we were having issue. I guess there was a save right here. We were having issue, or I was having issue with it streaming without just ridiculous amounts of lag. I know the MGS3 remake runs worse. I heard Silent Hill F might run worse too. I might not do those then in that way. So here we are on Tanalorr. Beautiful planet, by the way. Talk to Grease.
So, this is it. Tanalorr. You and Marin be careful out there, okay? Yeah, you too, BD.
We'll all be okay, Grease.
I'm gonna hold you to that, Cal. I don't plan on living out my days on this rock, especially not with that traitor.
We'll be back soon.
I'm not a frame snob, just... Oh, don't worry. I mean, even if that was just your preference, that's fine. I mean, it's 30 frames. Like I said, I've got it locked to 30 frames, but I was having issues with streaming it at 60, even 1080p 60. So I tried it at 4K, and then I tried it at 1080p 60, and it was just, whatever reason, it was hiccuping like crazy. And it wasn't hiccuping, the game wasn't hiccuping, it was running fine. It was the stream was hiccuping. And then because I was doing different various tests on it, but I was like,
So this is
I started it off on 30,
What you were expecting?
I don't know.
and then was like, this looks great, and then I tried to up it to 60 just to see, and it was like, eh. And I was like, this has a more cinematic feel, so I was like, all right, but I'll do 60 frames per second on games that are especially conducive to it, like for games like this and for like Witcher 3, which again, I will eventually play Witcher 3 on the channel. I talked about doing it maybe even after, I talked about playing Witcher 3 maybe even after whatever the next game, Outer Wilds, I think is the next game. And then I talked about maybe doing Witcher 3 on it afterwards. I'll probably do Witcher 3 on, depending on how it works, I'll probably do that on 60 frames. Just because the game runs fine. I don't think it has any major issues as far as I know of.
And peacefully. He has already used fatherhood to justify betrayal and murder. Now we have him cornered, with nowhere else to run. He will kill or be killed.
Fatherhood is a good reason, though. If you have to pick a reason for murder.
Say something!
You're right. But what about Kata? She's not much younger than we were when our families were taken from us.
I know.
You and I will carry that loss for the rest of our lives. But Kata still has a chance.
Yes, she does. Very well. We will give Bo the choice to stand down. For Kata's sake.
And ours.
Let's see. If the option is provided, I will always pick 60, but I won't refuse to play a game if it's only 30. I find that it's insane. Witcher 3 runs well. Yeah, Witcher 3 runs really well. They did a good job on it. They did a, for anybody who's unfamiliar, they did, the original game when it was launched ran pretty well. Had some bugs, obviously, and some of them are very popular. Some of the bugs are very popularly referenced in, like Gwent, for example. Roach would appear sometimes on the top of houses, and she was just there, and that was just her, right? So, they made patches in 2022, December of 2022, so literally only 3 years ago, they made HD updates for this. And I think they're not done yet because The Witcher 4 is still some way away, likely 2027 at the earliest. They made some patches, and I think they continue to make patches even for The Witcher 3. Even though they've said the final patch, it looks like there may still be more coming, or people have speculated the final patch. So they've made it run pretty darn well. And I'm not too unhappy about that. Okay, this is like a drill head here. Let me make sure I'm going the right direction. I'm not. It's the other way. Let's go this way. Witcher 3 looks really good. Witcher 3, I remember when Witcher 3 came out originally, and we had it for the... I bought it for the PC and for the Xbox. Now I have it on all consoles. I have it for the PC, the Xbox, and on the PlayStation 5. It runs very well on all of the consoles. I don't have a preference really in that regard. I don't care. I don't, and I might switch. The cool thing about it is in this, I could actually switch back and forth. I could play it on Xbox one time, play it on PC another time, play it on PlayStation 5 another time. In the same stream, it will maintain my save game. So, and nobody else has to actually know that I'm doing that. Of course, I would probably point it out because it's such a cool little feature. But
every Jedi faces the dark side.
PC was the one that had an NVIDIA specific hair engine just to make the hair of Geralt work well. I will probably play it on the consoles because the consoles support ray tracing and my GPU does not support ray tracing. I think I'm going to get a Series S. Here's my thing. I really, really love the Xbox. I love my PlayStation 5. I do. But I love my Xbox. And I find myself defaulting to my Xbox a little bit more in most cases because it has all of that backwards compatibility. And so when it comes to general compatibility, I feel like the Xbox is just going to be able to do it, right? I can turn on this game and play it, and then I can easily jump to Splinter Cell Chaos Theory or Prince of Persia and play, and I'm talking about the old ones, or Hitman, Blood Money, right? The third one. and I can play them just as easily. So turning this on has more utility to me. Getting a Series S is a great investment, but again, the Series S doesn't have the disk drive. So anything that you're playing or purchase on that, you're going to have to anticipate only having the digital collection. And we don't know yet what the Xbox Magnus is going to look like, only that it is going to be super stupid expensive, and we don't know how backwards compatible it's going to be either. It'll be basically a backwards compatible machine for me, considering I don't care about 99% of the new Xbox releases, and if I do, they'll be on Sony platforms anyway. That's true. That is true. My point is more about the game, the actual ownership of the game. Does it bother you to have it predominantly digitally, or do you like at least having the option to have it physically?
He's still here.
Good.
But I mean, I think that's a smart investment, and truly, you can pick up a Series S for very little money, honestly. And if you go again, I don't know how it is in England. I can tell you here in America, if you go to pawn shops, it's not uncommon to find an Xbox Series X for about $200 or $250 at the worst, because the pawn shops aren't familiar with the price hikes that occurred as a result of different various politicking XYZ. If you have pawn shops over there, I would make a wager that those pawn shops also don't know. If you have pawn shops near you, I know you have pawn shops over there, but if you have pawn shops over there near you, I would wager that they also don't know what they have, and they're probably also underpriced. Let's go ahead and pick up this Echo.
Fall back to the temple. The Nile are enveloping our position. Master Gera, that is an order.
So, Aporancisis. Aporancisis, by the way, is he was in episode 1. He is a kind of snake-looking Jedi Master that has long white hair tied in a bun and a long white beard. He's in episode 1. He's on the council. He's very, very old. He's not as old as Yoda, but he's not far off. I think he's like 300, 400, 500 years old, whereas Yoda's more like at that time 800 and something. So I like physical before. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I like physical, but for whatever reason, I just don't care about it for Xbox. That's fair. My thing is anything that I can own, I would like to own. So I mean, whether I care about the console or not. So, but I mean, I get it. If you're just like, that's also perfectly fair. It was why I wouldn't get Omori digital. I wanted to find a physical copy of it, and Bayonetta 3, the same situation. There are always kinds of there's sales that you can find online digitally that don't exist physically, and which is disappointing. And so for me, that's a big deal. But I get it where also it's not, and especially considering the Xbox has been, I think, more reliable than almost any other console in terms of maintaining support for more of their video game catalog. I think that's fair.
Do you hear that?
Kata.
Uh-oh, I'm already here. I didn't realize I was already here. I didn't realize it was that soon at. Well, shoot. This is gonna suck.
All your friends are oh so bright. When the sky is clear, I can sense you're near. Looking down.
You get little Kata.
Ghost star, silent in the sky.
What do you think about their obvious approach to going into in the PC hybrid direction? I think it is a ridiculously poor move, because if you're going to get a console, here's the thing. A console is better to get...
I'm sorry Papa hurt you.
How do I want to say this?
He said I'd never see you again. What are you doing here?
The console was intended to be an affordable gaming situation for people who couldn't afford a high-end PC. When you buy a PC when you bought a PC back in the day, You had to know about it. That knowledge wasn't as widespread.
Follow me.
Other people you usually were paying for the service of having other people assemble it for you, and you had to pay for the parts.
I don't like it here.
Now, more people know how to do it.
Dark.
So if I want a new console, or a console that can play new games decently well,
I have to be afraid.
It's better for me to just buy a computer, a PC, and if the PC starts to fail in terms of performance, I just buy a part to the PC. They talked about that kind of being the idea with the Xbox Magnus, but when we're talking about modular, is it going to be modular but proprietary? Because if it's modular but proprietary, I don't care. Whereas I can use any NVIDIA GPU, or I can upgrade to a board that uses... I can change a motherboard for $100 to an Intel motherboard, or whatever. You know, I can do all of that. It's all modular. I might pay $200 or $300 here and there. I don't know. I think it's stupid. It's very disappointing.
Carter! How did you get here?
It wasn't easy.
You shouldn't have followed us.
Papa, don't!
Stay back, Carter. This is the only way to keep you safe.
She will be safe. I promise, Bode. But listen to me. It's over.
Lay down your weapons.
This planet will be a haven for those hunted by the Empire, including Kata and you. But you have to surrender now.
We're trying to be reasonable. I like Bode. I think that Bode is a good character, and I'm sympathetic to him.
Inside, Carter.
Listen to them, please.
Now, I can't be sympathetic to that move.
I will decide what's best for my family.
I'm going to pause because this is the final boss of the game. And I'm probably going to die a whole bunch, but, and I may not even pass it here, so we'll see what happens. I know it's meaningless in the grand scheme of things, but I have a mindset of old consoles. Seeing Halo on Sony is so weird. I mean, I get it. I understand where you're coming from. I will get that Halo again. I'm not going to get it on PlayStation. I will get it on Xbox. I love Halo. I love seeing it rebuilt. I don't want to spend $70 on it because I do own it multiple times over. But if the whole game is on the disc, it's all in Unreal Engine, and it's the first game pretty well otherwise untampered with, I love that idea. I'm not against remasters. I'm against remasters costing more money than they need to. And I think that this remaster is okay because it is coming to a console. Again, I don't mind it coming to Sony. I think that's kind of cool. I think that people that have, for 20 years, over 23 years now, Halo has only been something for Xbox people to get, and I think that it going to PlayStation's fine. I think it's fine for PlayStation to get some of these cool exclusives. I would like it to be received opposite. I'd love to have God of War on Xbox. I know that's not going to happen, but I'd like that to be the case. I think that's neat. And then that way people now have to, it's not just the games, it's also the strength of the console and the way the console performs and the longevity and so on and so forth. I have no problem with that. But I also am a traditionalist in such a way that I feel like if I played Halo, I'd want to play it on an Xbox, and that's what I'm going to play it on. So I get where you're coming from. I like the fact that bigger audiences are going to get to experience iconic games, and Halo is one of the most iconic games of its time for its people. It's not one of the games that had the biggest influence on me, but it was a big game, a big step in that direction for me, and it's one of those games that I will constantly look on very fondly. But at the same time, I agree with you. I would still play it on Xbox. I enjoy what they're trying to do in that regard. I don't care. If it's 67 they've shot themselves, yeah. This could be a great first impression for a new play. But yeah, I completely agree with you. That's spot on. This doesn't need to be a $60 or $70 game. Yes, you're remaking it in Unreal Engine 5. Yes, that's going to take additional teams and such. $39.99. $39.99 is fine. make it $39.99. If you're sitting there going, well, we want to make all of the money that we did, because we're putting it on PlayStation and that costs money, whatever else, you're literally now able to sell to twice the audience. So half the money and you'll still make the same profit. $39.99. If you did it $49.99, I'll give you that. $49.99, I'll take it. If it's $60, $70, I completely agree. It needs to be no higher than $49.99. I think my price, $39.99, $40. We've already seen Claire Obscure at $40 or at $50. And that's a brand spanking new game that is absolutely beautiful. We've seen that be done at $50. We have seen, what was the other? There was another game that came out fairly recently. It was only $50. We're seeing Dispatch come out at $30. We're starting to see games that are coming out with all the TLC. You already have all of the assets necessary. You just have to sculpt on top of them, basically. So it doesn't need to be, The thing that worries me is that the latest Gears remaster was $35.40, so I could see them putting a full on remakes at a higher price. They could, and I thought about that also, but I'm wondering, this is still, at the end of the day, it is still just a remaster. It's not a remake. It is just a remaster. It is a remaster in a different engine, but it is still just a remaster. And if they put it at £35, £40, right, which comes along about where I was talking about $40-50, I'm okay with that. But it's not a full-on remake. That's the problem. I know where you're coming from. I know what you're saying, but it isn't. At the end of the day, it's not a full-on remake. There's no story. When we're talking about KOTOR, we're talking about the KOTOR remake. We're talking about a remake. We're talking about there being differences to the story. We're talking about there being differences to the combat. You don't play it the same way anymore. It's not menu-based anymore. It is literally a combat-based this and that. They're changing the combat, they're changing the character, the writing was changing, the planets were changing, some of the planets were changing, options were being added that you didn't have before, new mechanics were being added. That's a remake. This is just a remaster. This is just everything that you could do in the previous one in another engine. They're adding cutscenes and missions too, but they're only adding cutscenes and missions that were in other versions of the game, right? They had the same thing, the cutscenes and the missions that were there. So they did the same thing with Gears. Gears of War, for example, one of the biggest points during the advert was the Brumach. In the first one, you only got to fight the Brumach on the PC version of the game. And then later, it wasn't until later iterations of Gears of War came out that you actually got to fight the Brumach on the console. You didn't get to fight when you bought it in 2006. When you bought it on the Xbox 360, you didn't get the Brumach fight. You had to buy it on the PC to get the Brumach fight, which, by the way, is one of the coolest fights out there. The Brumach fight is now in the game on the consoles in the remastered versions, but I'm thinking that they're doing the same thing. I thought that maybe they are. Maybe the missions are brand new, but my understanding was that they were just going to be pulling from other versions of the game, the other version of the game that they had made. They had before Halo came out, it was supposed to be Marathon, and they scrapped a couple of those Venn diagrammed missions that they later patched out on PC. If they do brand new ones, that'll be interesting, because I would be interested to see where the heck that's going. But I think it's just them pulling ones that were already there that they basically scrapped for the console that were available on the PC port. So maybe you're right. Maybe, I mean, you would know better than I would. You stay much more, your ears to the ground much more than mine is when it comes to this. So I don't know. But yeah, I agree with you. £60, £70 is too much.
will strike from the shadows.
Ready?
It's over, Kester!
Okay, this is the next little cutscene. I have done this again. I didn't realize we were already here, so. He blew it up on himself. You can also do dark side or slow-mo, but it doesn't do you a lot of good just because he is... He's equally fast, and he's also using the dark side, so...
Another stim.
I hate that stupid move, though. This isn't even the super hard part, though. The hard part's at the end. We'll see if it stays that way, though, because again, I'm not playing on Jedi Grandmaster this time around.
Hey, BD. I need help.
Well, that was a waste of a stim. I gotta get up. Oh, that's gonna hurt. That's the move that hurts the most.
Dim, please.
That shouldn't have counted. I jumped.
Little help, BD.
Let's see if I can get this. Wait, wasn't he a good guy? He was, but we were betrayed. Oh, I did it. He wanted to protect his daughter, which again, I get. He betrayed us to protect his daughter. That shouldn't have counted. I jumped, and all of a sudden it's like, no, he's good. Okay, this is the part where things get difficult. She tries to do the same thing that she tried to do with the guy from the first one. I can't think of his name right now. And now we have an option. He's also pretty strong. Yeah, that's the one. I was going to say, this is where it gets difficult. Wish there were more people willing to take a leap and create sci-fi stories and worlds. Wait, well, this doesn't bode well now for him, does it? Would you have Vinny, you'd be proud. He's asleep. That wasn't too terrible. This is a fight that can take some time, so I'm gonna try. I'll try once or twice more, and then I will. And then I'll call it. I might make that the next of the stream. We talk, and then I do the fight because it can take a minute.
Master Ancesis, please. He has the will to fight.
And I admire it, but it is not only his life we would risk. The ships are leaving.
I think a lot of people feel like that there's no way to do as much. There wasn't as much passion to it too, but I think a lot of people are not willing to go as far. Star Trek and Star Wars both are incredibly well realized worlds. And I think that creates a... I don't think it does so. I don't think it's rightfully so, but I think that it creates disincentive for people because I think that a lot of them are worried that they won't be able to do as well as these have. But we've seen evidence of these of things done very well in that regard, from Douglas Adams to again George Lucas. So.
Distract him! I will strike from the shadows.
That move's really, really dangerous whenever he comes up on you like that. This fight is definitely more of a war of attrition. Because he's a very tough fight, no matter what. Grandmaster was ridiculous. It took, 30, 40 times plus, at least. Just playing on Knight, he's not nearly as bad, but he's still pretty rough. Oh, Dune 2. Yeah, Frank Herbert's stuff is great. I agree with you. Okay, and I have a little secret weapon there in that gold thing there. If I hit that golden thing, I'll automatically have all of my health restored.
Bleed out.
So there's a couple of perfect parries. His parry window is still much more narrow than others in the game, regardless. And you can see where he doesn't take... he takes damage, but he doesn't take... he doesn't get stunned. So there are areas where I'll hit him and he can keep pushing through it for some reason. That was me force pulling him and he leaned into the attack, which was, by the way, a kind of a really brilliant move on the people. This is supposed to be like a Soulsborne in a lot of regards. Ah, he's gonna get me. Nope, I got him. Okay, I'm making sure. Yeah, this is the final boss. What is the guy's name that I cannot... Terran Malicos. There we go. I couldn't think of his name. She tries to do what she did to Terran Malicos, which, by all means, Terran Malicos should have been stronger. I don't quite understand, but we'll see. We'll go ahead and skip this since we've seen it. I need to get up and heal quick.
I need something, buddy. Up here. Hey, BD.
Couldn't... You can't even get up. Some of it is very unfair. It's a very difficult fight, so I apologize if I'm not talking much. I think I got it. There we go. That's the way to do it. I'm just to really piss him off. That was a really cool counter.
We're not walking out of here alive.
I need something, buddy.
Ah, I hate it. Okay, I think I got it. I believe that's it. Whew. It only took me 2 times this time, so that's how much of a difference between Grandmaster and Knight it is.
On your daughter.
Grandmaster is so bleeding difficult. It is ridiculous. Again, I probably fought 40 times at least.
All right.
I like Bode.
Empire comes. Will you be able to protect my little girl? I'm sorry, Kata. I tried.
See, that would have been the moment with Bode where I would have been like, that would have been the moment with Bode where I would have been like, I can't guarantee it, but I will try. I will fight as fervently as you to try. Remember, revolvers don't have. What is it? Revolvers don't. You're good. You're pretty good. Something about sling. I can't remember the whole thing from 3, where he talks about tucking the elbow and such and such, and lets him know that the clip-loading pistol jams, which is why Ocelot moves to the revolver. Anyway, I was going to do it, and then I was like, I can't remember the line, so. But I do think I think the Jedi games, both of them are underappreciated in ways. Oh, I completely agree. This is a phenomenal game. The first one is a little clunky, but it's very fun. This, I think, fixed almost every complaint that I have about the first one. The way that it controls, the story's more dynamic, there's more to it. I really like this game. And if you have a list of games, if you want a list of Star Wars games I would recommend you pick up, this would make it in the top 5.
I was not much older than you when I lost my family.
I love that, by the way. I saw someone talking about the other day, how we as gamers might complain when a boss heals, yet we do it multiple times. And that's true. That's like, yeah. I don't mind a boss healing. When I talk about super unfair, it's like, for example, if I get hit with a heavy attack, I automatically get staggered. But you hit Bode with a heavy attack, he doesn't automatically stagger.
But I was wrong.
So that was kind of like, that's where it's unfair. But like, if a boss uses a healing item, yeah, it's annoying, but it's not unfair. You're right.
Also lost his family.
Bode is a Jedi, or he was a Jedi. He's a fallen Jedi, sadly. He was our best friend. He revealed himself.
Pain is yours.
You missed a really freaking good.
It is part of you.
1 second. You missed a really freaking good. I don't know if I want to spoil it. I really would like you to be able to play it and see it firsthand. But there's the moment you find out is such a great turning point moment.
Yes. But it does not have to define you.
Of course, we all love Marin. I think most people do. I like Marin. She's reasonable. I didn't like her in the first one. I think she's cooler here. I've only played the first 6 hours so far, so all this Bode was a homie on our side. Yeah. The reveal moment and the moment that follows is probably one of the... You don't see good twists, in my opinion, nowadays all that much in... So we're burning all 3 bodies, by the way. We're burning Bode. Are the other 2 completely covered so we don't spoil? No, we know who that is. Marin is good. Got yourself a goth girlfriend, huh? No, Marin's cool. Again, the book that they had made, Lost, what is it? Battle Scars, is not good, but. And Kata goes to see her dad. Burn Ray Skypatine while you're... Yeah, I agree with that. And then she's going to gently give her dad... She's going to gently give her dad her Moogle. Her little... Not Moogle, Moogie. And now we have orphaned a child. But we didn't do it on purpose. we gave him the opportunity to stop. He just didn't. Yeah, so there aren't very many games nowadays where I would say that the twist is something that is really, really impressive. Star Wars has made a couple of those twists, in my opinion, now. One of them is the twist made here with Bode, and again, the stuff that follows. I don't want to spoil it for you. I want you to be able to play it, but or go back and watch if you really want to. I want that moment to be experienced. I don't want to just tell you. And then on the other side, KOTOR. In the moment, now again, I will spoil KOTOR. KOTOR is 23 years old, but KOTOR, in finding out that you are the Dark Lord of the Sith, that you are Darth Revan.
When I needed to. You taught me what it truly means to be a Jedi.
And I apologize if you hear the baby pugs in the background.
Now you're gone.
They're being needy. They're being cute though.
We will continue your legacy, Seer.
And I just came back with groceries, and I think they're excited. So
I promise.
BD1, best droid in Star Wars. He's pretty adorable. He's one of my favorites. I still love R2. I think it's very difficult not to love R2, but BD1 is fantastic. Spoilers, I was about to play KOTOR in approximately 2.5 minutes. You don't have a system to play KOTOR on. You can't play it on PlayStation.
I don't know if I'm ready for what comes next.
You can play it on the Series S, though. If you get a Series S, I think it's $10. Translate that to pounds, it's even lower. It's 10 American dollars, and the pound sterling is stronger than the dollar right now. And probably will be that way until we decide we want to play nice with the rest of the world for a minute. If you notice in the back of the backpack, which is kind of fun, that little shoulder pauldron is Obi-Wan Kenobi's shoulder pauldron from the Clone Wars series.
Cal, guide her through the darkness.
Okay, we don't know if Kata is Force sensitive. Are you currently on the Xbox? Yes, I am. Yeah, my personal playthroughs of this game are on the PlayStation 5, and then my stream playthroughs, my stream playthroughs are on the Xbox on this one. I own the game. I do own this game on both. I own this game. I own Hogwarts Legacy. I own this game. I own Hogwarts Legacy. I own the first Jedi game. Not Jedi Outcast. Excuse me. I own pretty well Star Wars games. Harry Potter by happenstance, but Star Wars games and the like I own on both consoles. Disc versions, excuse me. And there's the game. We finished it. I didn't expect that I was going to be able to beat Bode. So firstly, I thought we had 2 more episodes. I thought we had this episode and the finale. I didn't realize that as soon as we got out of the Imperial base, it wrapped up so quickly. And then secondly, I didn't expect that I was going to actually be able to defeat Bode in 2. It took me 2 tries this time. Whereas, let me move the thumbstick. Whereas in my Grandmaster playthrough, of course, it played as it took like 40 plus times. Stig Asmussen, legend, director of God. Yeah. Stig Asmussen is definitely a huge player in the world of dynamic video game storytelling now. But this game is fantastic. I mean, I'll go ahead and skip. But I can't recommend it enough at all. The soundtrack, also, if you're MP3 player
Exactly what we expected.
or whatever
But this place
you're
is
using,
home.
pick up the soundtrack for this. It has 2 soundtracks. It has the video game soundtrack and the Cantina tracks, and all of them are good. Pick both up.
Work ahead of us.
It will take time to contact the hidden path.
And find the anchorites.
And build a saloon. I mean, the place is creepy, but it does have franchise potential.
This belongs with you.
I think they did a good job. One of the reasons I love Grease as much as I do is I think that they did a great job in keeping the comedy element of Star Wars in check. It's not overly done, and I feel like Grease does it just right. He's kind of almost apologetic when he puts a joke in, but he's also like, I don't know, it feels right.
What do you think, kid? Should we give it a shot?
Oh, hey, Marin's back tonight. Guy was called Rob Bloss. I like he's the evil version of Bob. That would be great.
That's great. Come on. I'll bet you're hungry. I'll make you something to eat. Did you ever have a scaz steak?
Aw. And so we're taking Kata in as a part of our family. She could be force sensitive, knowing that her father was. Her mother was not, but her father was. And she is around a bunch of force wielders. Not a bunch. She's around a couple of. Marin is a force wielder of sorts. And then Cal is a force wielder of sorts. So now this is journey complete. We'll go ahead and do this. Now you've reached the end of your journey, or you've reached the end of your journey. However, the galaxy can be freely explored, and there may yet be secrets left to discover. New Journey Plus is now available from the main menu. All stances and cosmetics from previous games will be unlocked, along with some new perks and lightsaber colors. Any skill points you also want to carry over to your new game, or any skill points will also carry over to your new game. And then, of course, you get free perks. Purity grants a massive increase in weapon damage for both friends and foes. Warrior replaces standard enemies with new, more difficult combat encounters. And Trendsetter randomizes your cosmetics on death, which is pretty fun. So I am very low on health. I'm going to go in here and save my game, and then I do want to demonstrate one thing before I call it quit. Full review in 10, 9, 8... Oh, I should probably just... Well, I'll do it on the ship. Yeah, the Rob Bloss guy being the enemy of Bob Ross. We're not having happy little trees here. This is not just our secret. You tell everybody that these trees are oppressive. It just paints them aggressively. Okay, we'll go ahead and rest and save. We'll go ahead and go to our perks. Our skills, excuse me. And we don't need them anymore, but we'll go ahead and do it. Go back to our double-bladed. We'll go ahead and max out the controlled throw stat. And we're almost a master of double-bladed all the way around. Kata is going to be the boss of the next game. Kid plays the long con like her father. Execute Order 66. Execute Order 66. Oh my gosh, I think that's great. The little her doing that. That's awesome. Angry giant stumps, yeah. Yeah, that's what they are instead of happy little trees, yeah. That's good. So that's the, yeah, I mean, I like Kata. I think she could be cool. And it would be really cool if they make a third Jedi game. I wouldn't mind getting, you know, one of the things I thought would be cool, obviously I love Cal Kestis. Again, barring Battle Scars, that book is terrible. I like Cal Kestis. I like Marin. I wouldn't mind getting to play as Cal in another one. I wouldn't mind getting to play as Marin. I wouldn't mind getting to play, if it's 10 years later, I wouldn't mind getting to play as Kata.
Ready when you are. I just hope that compass still works.
Honestly, I think being, you know, playing as teenage Kata, who's, you know, 4 years into learning her force potential, if she has any. I don't think I get it until I go into, we'll see. Until I go into New Game Plus, yeah. So I'll go ahead and I might do that later. But in New Game Plus, again, we keep all of this stuff when we'll go to Blade. When you go to Blade and New Game Plus, you do get Red and Rainbow are the ones you get. I'm not New Game Plus on this. I am on New Game Plus on my other playthrough. But you do get Red and Rainbow. I don't like Rainbow. I think I get where a lot of people would. I'm not a big fan of it just because I like Star Wars and Star Wars lightsaber rules. Red ones, but a Marin game would be cool, and a movie, and some cosplay, and some books, and some more movies. Hey, OS. I take it you just really like Marin, so She's really cool. She's kind of the voice of reason in a lot of this, which I thought was really nice. Rainbow? Whoa, no, I just don't like it because one crystal's supposed to be one color. Oh, my controller batteries are low. That's okay, I have new batteries. I have a whole pack of batteries, so we're not worried about it. Oh, it's a rechargeable battery anyway, so even less of a problem. But yeah. Honestly, an action-filled game trailer with Kata singing Ghost Star would go hard. Oh, that would be cool. That would be really cool. Woke 4 out of 10. That would be really, really cool, honestly. Like I said, I'm excited to see what they do. I'm not in any hurry. I know it probably won't come out until at least next year after next. But I think that this was a great game. I think this is a huge step up from the previous game, which I already thought was really good. It came out in 2019. This came out in 2023. So 4 years seems to be the average. So it means that probably 2027 would be the next game in this installment if they do it. So, but, all right, let's move us over then. Let's get some music. We'll move us over. Let's go Xbox Store. Yeah, I'll show you the store. Why not? Because you're planning on getting one. Go online real quick. I've got quick resume on Jedi power battles and all that good stuff. But yeah, I mean, right now, Game Pass Ultimate's pretty cool because Ninja Gaiden 4 is already out and it's a day one. Why not? But I will say they did this. I got an achievement for that too. Very cool. They do really cool deals. I will say that. They did one recently that was the 99-cent sale, and it was literally that. Can you buy Command and Conquer on here? Probably. I don't know. I don't know. Did they? You can buy Alan Wake for half the price. Alan Wake 2 rather. We have it, but I think it's, what is it right now? Is that remastered? $449 for Alan Wake remastered. Ooh, we might have to do that actually. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. I think I'm going to get that. Let me look for Command and Conquer real quick for you though. Yeah. That's, by the way, if you're hearing a dog in the background, that's Biddy. She's a pug. And when she gets excited, she makes all the loud noises. I don't know why. She's an undersized pug. Let me be very clear. She's an undersized pug. She was the runt of her litter, so she's full grown, about the size of an actual puppy pug. And she gets so excited and she makes all these little noises. She's the cutest little booger though. I want to get it, but I have not yet played it. I will get it though, because I'm a huge fan of the classic. I'm a huge fan of the classic. There are a couple of Command and Conquers here. Yeah, there's Command and Conquer 3 and Red Alert 3. So there is some Command and Conquer on it. And then of course you have your pretty extensive library of Game Pass games you can play. Visions of Mana being one of them. Which of course I have the. Sure, yeah, I'll send you a picture. Sure, yeah, she's a cute pug. Her name's Biddy, and we have her. And I'll go ahead and move us over though. Command and Conquer, Tiberium Wars. That's a good one. That is a really good one. Yeah, like I said, the Xbox is a system that I think is well worth having. I like it. Things go on sale like crazy. I mean, look at this. Game Pass sale. XCOM 2 is $2.99. XCOM 2 is fantastic. Digital Deluxe Edition is $7.49. I mean, that's a heck of a sale. And this is XCOM 2 is a fantastic. If you've not played it, it's a fantastic game. I have the disc for it, so I don't have it on digital, but yeah, there are a lot of really good. Like the Alan Wake remaster is $4 right now. I can't not. I got to get that. We were just talking about that. And then you have Game Pass, and Game Pass is really, again, it's expensive. It's way too expensive unless you're really going to play a lot of these games. But it is kind of nice to have the day one releases in some instances. In our case, we do play enough games and we do use it enough that it's worth even the $30, as much as I hate to admit that. But for, I would say, 98% of people, it's not worth it. It's not worth that at all. So, but yeah, it's really nice. They've got that. Then the Rockstar Publisher sale right now is going on. You can get Red Dead 2 Ultimate Edition for $20 if you want all of that stuff. Max Payne 3 is $7. I mean, like, they do a good job. They really do. It's not perfect, but they do a good job. Yeah, I have Dead Space, but it was the old Dead Space. It was we'll do that too real quick. Yeah. So we have the digital deluxe edition. I got it for not $80. I think because I have the physical disc of it also, but the physical disc I think ran me $10, and I think I got the digital deluxe edition, which was on sale $30. So I've spent $40 on 2 editions basically. But yeah, all kinds of cool stuff, really. Very, very cool. So yeah, I have all of the Dead Spaces. I have 1, 2, and 3. So I don't have them all digitally. I have most of them on disc, but I do have them also. I don't think I have them all digitally, but I do. Anyway, I have them all. So even Claire Expedition 33, I have physical. So it's like, yeah. But all right. Well, let me move this over real quick. Okay. All right. I hope everybody had a fun time. We talked, it's about a 4-hour stream. We talked for about 2 hours of it, 2 hours about gameplay. We did finish the game, and that was a ton of fun. And then I got to show off the store a little bit, which I think is really cool. I hope everybody enjoyed it for what little we got to do, or got to talk about, or what little we got to do in the gameplay, I guess. We actually kind of got to do quite a bit in the conversation. But it was a ton of fun. I really enjoyed getting to talk with you guys and to get to finish this game. Again, for anybody who is curious as to whether or not would I recommend this game? Should you get this game? The answer is absolutely unequivocally yes. I highly recommend the game. I think it's something that's well worth having. I think it's something that you should absolutely consider getting. It's a ton of fun. Do you have a Series S? I know you're on the X right now. No, I have 2 Series X's. I don't have a Series, because disc play is very, very important to me. I do like to own, like I said, as many digital games as I may have. That's not even the tenth of my collection. And so the Series S does not have a disc drive, as far as I know. I think the Series S is strictly digital. And because of that, it's too important for me to. It's too important of a thing for me to not have it. So no, I have a Series. I have a Series X. I have 2 Series X's. I have one in the living room and I have one in the retro room. So, but the Series S will be very similar. That's fine. That's not a problem. So that's me. I don't have any. Again, if you're. No, that's all right. No worries. Again, it's important to me. I get where, again, if it's not very important to you, that's fine. It doesn't the Series S is going to be fine. It's going to work well. It's going to play a lot of games. It's not as powerful as the Series X, but if you're mostly on frame mode or your performance mode instead of quality mode or whatever they call it now, if you're looking instead of for the higher resolution, the higher frame rate, the Series S is going to do famously. And it still looks gorgeous. It still does a great job. There's no reason to. If you don't have a preference towards discs and you're not worried about 8K, this and that and the other, which most people aren't, it's perfect. They're not terribly expensive. They're not getting that same, they got a little bit of a price hike. They're not getting the same price hike as the PlayStation 5 over here because of the tariffs that we have, which of course is a shame. That's our fault, but great stream. I'm glad I could stay for most of it for once. I'm glad you were able to also. It's always a pleasure to get to talk with you and to get to see some of the cool stuff. I hope maybe it inspires you to jump into a game that you're excited about and play it all the way through again. One of the things that I think is really cool as a consequence of getting to play games on a channel like this is the fact that you get the fact that you get to play games from beginning to end. And that's the thing. If you take a look at this channel, I've passed a lot of games. It makes you sit down and kind of commit once a week to do one thing, even if that's just play a video game. We've passed KOTOR, we've passed Oblivion, we've passed this game, we've passed A Hat in Time, we've passed Shadow of the Colossus, we've passed all Banjo-Kazooie, Super Mario, Donkey Kong Country 3. We've passed all these different games, right? So it's really kind of cool. One of the things that I really have liked about this as a side note, which I already would do decently well on my own, but for people who are kind of finding themselves, divided between all of these games, is if you decided to stream and just kind of play live, it's weird, but you'll almost, if you do it this way, I guess, you'll almost become more consistent at passing your games from beginning to end, I guess. But I really, really like it. I really thought it was, I think it's really cool. I really enjoy it. And it was a pleasure to get to have you here for a lot of it. I hope, again, it inspires you to find a game that you really love and are passionate about, or maybe to visit this game again even. I think that would be great. But yeah, it was a huge pleasure. I want to say thank you to everybody who showed up. I want to say a huge thank you to you, Ash, and to you, OS Full Metal, as well as to Fighting Max and Viddy, who popped in to say hi earlier. I also want to say thank you to anybody who pops in after the fact, who might not have been here live, but pops in after the fact and decides to watch the gameplay. Again, I know this game is a game that I've admitted multiple times that I stumble through because the pathing confuses me, and that was completely on display during this whole thing. And so for those of you who did decide to watch this all the way through, it doesn't have to be continuous, just in general, and tolerate and bear with me. I'm heavily appreciative of that because it does exhibit patience, which is I would say patience of a variety that is not common to me nowadays, that I've seen nowadays. So I very much appreciate that too. Other than that, though, I do hope that you all will have a wonderful rest of your Sunday, a wonderful beginning to your weekends. Hopefully, we will find another place to connect on other fun things that we intend to do. I believe The Outer Wilds is my next conquest. I have not played that game. I do own it. I have not played that game. I got it exclusively because it was requested for stream. And so I wanted to make sure I kind of went into it decently blind. And so any effort that I had, I kind of just stopped on. We're going to go there next, and then I think after that, I might toss it to the gallery with a couple of games that I want to play, or I might just jump into Witcher 3. I am always eager to play Witcher 3, and it's another game where I don't necessarily stumble on the pathing as much, but I definitely lose combat and some of that. So we might just go into that as our next super long form. But thank you again. Have a wonderful, have a fantastic week, and we will see you next time. Thanks.
Bye.